harmonizing a hypothesis with the evidence, and the hypothesis actually predicting that evidence.
Right.
I mean, like, with the Bible, I mean, you would, supposing you thought it was literally true, you might predict such a miraculous event. It predicts that there is a God who is capable of doing such things, whereas you could just make the alien hypothesis harmonious with it by coming up with some kind of auxiliary idea about them wanting to encourage church membership on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The writing in the star would put me on my haunches thinking about Christianity, I think. Or about something. I know goddamn well there was something really huge out there. I don't know. But the problem is I never fucking, in my life, my whole life, I've never run into anything supernatural that's happened like that. And how many of us actually have? I mean, I've heard stories and stuff, but when I listen to the stories, they really seem like I have had events in my life where I've had, like I've either been so whacked out on drugs or waking up from a sleep where I felt like I heard something or saw something. And then what I notice is that I keep editing it. As I'm telling the story, I keep editing it, and I catch myself editing it. So when I hear somebody else tell me about a supernatural event, I'm like, okay. And I've heard some pretty shitty ones, right, from some people where they predicted the future and stuff like that. My son had a situation where he basically dreamt a car accident. He is really certain that it happened before she actually got in the accident. But he is just really skeptical that really happened. He doesn't know. And even then, it could have just been a coincidence. But I mean, I really wish something fucking supernatural would happen.
Yeah, I totally sympathize with you. That would be such an incredible experience to have in my life, to have something like that actually happen.
Right.
And when you look across the Western world, I mean, the vast majority of people, go through their day-to-day experience, and we don't experience anything like that in quote-unquote first world culture. And I always found it kind of ironic when you take a look at certain apologists. Greg Boyd, for example, in I think it's Jesus, Lord or Legend or something like that.
Yeah.
He ends up having to make appeal to miracle stories in underdeveloped countries or third world countries or so on, where just basic rates of superstition tend to be higher. And so, like, basically, like, what it is you have this situation where normally these people are arguing for the supremacy of Western culture, that we are enlightened individuals, we're disillusioned, and yet here they are appealing to these other cultures that are, they're supposed to be considered ignorant, and relying on their testimony for these outlandish claims. And I just think that that's kind of ironic and hypocritical.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to be charitable to that position, but the thing with that's probably the most powerful experience I had as the demon of Sac Swamp. But I was hungover and stoned on acid, so there you go. I don't know. But anyway, I would like to be charitable to the position, right? But for ideas, kind of drive me crazy. In that they don't want to talk about this. What happened to my little man? My little man? Okay. They don't want to talk about this problem that I have with tinkering, right? Like, okay, we understand how to build a table. But if you right now plan a table in your head, you're not going to get a table, right? You need these little guys right here. You need these hands, and you need your eyes, and you need to interact with the world in order to build something. So they're claiming that there's I don't know if you want to take it into an ID discussion, but basically they're claiming that we should be open to the possibility of intelligent design. Well, okay, where would that put us in our research on abiogenesis? I don't know
What research would you have in abiogenesis?
what research would I have?
Exactly, you wouldn't have any at all. Is what I'm saying.
Right, exactly. Like, why would we do it? You know, it's like it's almost like they're asking us to stop. In fact, if you listen to some of Craze's late night streams from last year, they were going on and on about how much money we've wasted on abiogenesis, and we could have been curing cancer, and we wasted all this money on evolution. They use that rhetoric, right? I don't care for that rhetoric because, you know, I think we want to research every possibility. I don't know. Who's Jack? Jack shit?
I had another topic I wanted to, or we could talk about if you want to change the topic.
You can do whatever you want, Andrew.
Okay.
I made this stream for you because we thought we were so worried about you. We thought you were kidnapped in Neff's basement. We were about to send out a posse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were send out a posse.
I didn't know I was that.
You were that missed. You were that missed. Your absence was deafening.
Anyways, so Dessel, I think in our last private discussion we were talking about some of the philosophical implications of quantum mechanics, right?
Yes.
Have you heard of Bell's inequality and entanglement and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna need some refresher on Bell's inequality. Entanglement, I still remember thoroughly. With the Bell's inequality, that was testing for hidden variables,
Right.
and concluded that there weren't any.
Right. Well, specifically to my understanding, the experiments with Bell's inequality showed that there was more correlation between measurements than could be explained by local hidden variables. So the possibility still exists that there are non-local hidden variables, and of course, by this you have the concept of locality, that the properties of an object are confined to that object in the sense that the object is in a particular place and is not spread out everywhere. And the concept of what I like to call realism, that the particle or object is real in the sense that it has definite properties in the first place. And what these experiments seem to indicate is that the two cannot coexist with one another. So basically, you must either have non-local realism or local non-realism, basically.
Yeah, and if I remember right, I'm pretty sure that that non-local realism, where you're having action at a distance and entanglement and stuff, is the way that that Bohm goes with Bohmian mechanics. But as far as I'm not qualified to evaluate Bohmian mechanics, I just know that the familiar sentiment is that he ultimately failed in that. So I'm kind of optimistic about Lee Smolin and what he has going on, because he's looking for a kind of equivalent in terms of like a causal understanding of quantum mechanics. That Bohm saw it, but just in a way that's more in line with the evidence that we have available to us. He wrote his book Einstein's Unfinished Revolution. I thought it was decent. It's very pop science, very much intended for a general audience, but he explains the ideas pretty well.
Right, and I mean, like, in a sense, these experiments are kind of showing that some of our fundamental assumptions about nature are kind of basically they can't coexist with one another, which is bizarre because we tend to think in, like I said, in terms of local realism, that things have definite properties and those properties don't extend beyond the nearby space of that object. But according to these quantum experiments of entanglement, one of those assumptions must be false. And to me, I think local non-realism makes the most sense, because I kind of view the standard interpretation of quantum mechanics to
So when you say that, you're basically saying that you're cool with the idea of action at a distance, action across the entire universe. Maybe you could even look at it in the sense that like the universe is just like a single fabric, and so like one effect somewhere is going to have a corresponding effect no matter how far somewhere else and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, and I could definitely bite that bullet too. It is weird, but for me, the idea of giving personally, because I understand there are a lot of critics of this idea, but for me personally, giving up on causality is just so much stranger. So I could totally get used to the idea of that as opposed to giving up causality. So that would be my own economic trade-off there.
Right. Yeah, I think causality should be maintained. I'm kind of uncertain as to whether I favor the principle of locality versus realism at this point. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Right.
Did you have anything with this speed?
I don't think non-locality is a problem for physics at that level, basically. It certainly would be a problem at the level that we're used to thinking and dealing, right? If our car suddenly switched over a couple streets. But and basically, in quantum mechanics, I don't think it would be a problem. I don't think it's a deal breaker for... I don't like... And the other thing is, I don't like causality particularly. I like regularity. And I just tend to think in terms of a static block 4D space-time, and I can't shake it. so causality is just happens to be juxtaposition.
I have a lot more to study in the philosophy of time, but I don't look at the block universe or B theory as being like antithetical to the idea of causality, especially when you're looking at it in such a unified way as this block, right? It would all suggest that it's all intertwined together. I think that would actually be helpful toward the idea of causality.
Yeah, it indicates a regularity. Causality does. There's this great regularity that we can't seem to get out of. And at least locally, as far as we know, and by locally I mean in our cosmos, or if we go further out, like if that's even possible, further out in some sense, it could well break down all of causality, all of space-time. We don't know.
Yeah. Speed, can I ask a question for? I want to ask a question for Leon in the chat about this locality stuff. If that's okay.
Yep.
So, Leo, do you know whether the, usual interpretations of quantum physics, like Copenhagen and many worlds and things like that, as opposed to things like Bohmian mechanics and pilot wave theory, are the standard interpretations of quantum mechanics local, or do they favor realism? Or do they kind of not favor either, is my question.
We're almost at an hour. We can open the room up, let Leo in.
Okay.
I wonder if Immutable is still around.
What's that?
I wonder if Immutable is still around. I haven't seen him posting anything recently in the side chat.
Yeah, I was looking forward to throwing him out.
And then there's Danny here too.
He's not getting in.
Oh boy.
Not tonight. No, it's just that if you want to keep it, if you want to keep the discussion going somewhat normally, we can't just let everybody in. It's going to just go to hell.
Maybe we can set a timer for 15 more minutes, and whatever happens, happens.
Sure. You got a timer?
Not on me, no.
Oh, you got the upper left 5.
Hey Siri. Set a 15-minute timer.
15 minutes. Starting now.
Hey Siri. Fuck you.
I won't respond to that.
Okay. Siri pisses me off, so I just, I give her a jab every now and then.
After rational empiricist left our previous discussion, the idea of scientism came up, Speed, and I know that you've gone over that to death with Leo and Immutable, but I just wanted to ask you, what is your definition of that term? Where were you coming from on that?
That we can best understand anything through science first. Okay, we need a scientific framework to understand anything like agency or intention or things in our mind or anything else, including ethics. That we have to have a scientific framework behind it. Now, we're not only going to employ science to get our answers because we don't have enough science to, figure out where every fucking molecule is in the world, right? So we're going to have to make some intuitive leaps, and we're going to have to even make some emotional leaps. But for the most part, if you have a problem with agency, for instance, like Danny's argument about agency or intention can't be causal because it may fail, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
He always insists that I'm straw manning him. I hope I got it right. But anyway, so you've got this intention or you've got a desire, right? He calls it a desire. And it could, it could fail or, it could be true. It could happen. But it just seems like the thing he missed is a whole lot of mechanical shit in between here, right? Like, for instance, when you have a desire in your brain, it's not some little point. It's a big cloudy part in your brain. It's all interconnected. And then when you go out into the world, okay, a desire is something that I want to happen. So there's something in my brain that's called I want X to happen. And then I go out and I have these appendages and whatever, and I try to make X happen. Or I hope that it happens or whatever, and it either happens or it doesn't. There's a whole lot of reasons why it would fail. So anyway, I would apply science to intentionality first, and at least come up with, and it's related to God's eye view, which is sort of a strange thing that requires a lot of unpacking, but it's very much related, and that you look at human beings first as organisms. And any philosophical problem you have, like ethics or whatever, you first start to look at all of the things about the fact that we are organisms in the world, right? We're biological organisms. And you figure out as much as you can with that. At least you frame the problem. And I think when you do that, you end up not going around in circles like philosophers have been doing for thousands of years and never fucking getting anywhere. So that's kind of my view on scientism. I decided to call it methodological scientism. That you will apply science as strictly as you can.
Okay, so basically, just because when we were talking before, the idea was that scientism states that science has a monopoly on knowledge, and it sounds like what you just described is more that science as a method has primacy over all other methods when we're trying to understand something.
It has, when you go to IKEA and you get those instruction manuals, science is on steps 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to call that primacy, go ahead. But, first of all, let's please frame the fucking problem. Let's frame it in some sort of, let's admit that we're humans and that we're organisms and figure out what it would look like if we approach it just scientifically, if we just had atoms, right? And we're looking at atoms in a matrix, and let's figure as much out as we can and at least frame our problem. And then steps 5, 6, and 7, of course, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So I'm not saying you only have to have science. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike with science, right? So there's a lot more going on in your cerebellum and your muscles and your spine that are going to teach you how to ride a bike, right? So you're not going to do that with science. So that would be the straw man version of what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying primacy. I'm saying kind of primacy. It would be a strict natural, but it's methodological. It's not a claim that we have to, we must not deter from this path, right? It's not like that.
So when I say primacy, maybe like a more straightforward word for that is just priority. It has priority over anything else. It's not that we always have to stay by this path, like you were saying. It's just that we want to stay to it as much as we can. It's the most important. It's got priority.
Yeah, the methodological priority in that this is the method of framing the problem. So if you have the idea is that you are a god, okay? A better word would be an alien. So there's a group of aliens up here that are trying to understand the world, with humans in it, right? We got humans in the world. So these aliens are here, and they don't have words like consciousness or awareness, or they're antipodians according to Richard Rorty. And they don't have any words like that. And the first rule of GEV or God's Eye View Club is that you never talk about the fucking aliens, and you never talk about their minds or anything. They're creatures that can look at the world in an entirely physical way. So this is an entirely physical look at the world, and use that first to frame the problem. So if you're looking at ethics, for instance, and you're looking at what these critters should do or ought to do, whatever, right? Then you're dealing with a whole lot of knowledge about what these things are and how they interact with each other, and basically you're coming up with some sort of a regularity in how they behave. We notice that they don't like to murder each other much, and when they do murder each other, they tend to hang the one that murdered on a flagpole, and the aliens can see all that. And from that, they can determine some sort of ethics. Okay, I don't think it's that difficult. But you gotta use a methodological. You gotta use that word over and over in your head, and forget about this nonsense in philosophy where you say all things are physical. It's the belief that all things are physical. Well, we don't fucking know what all things are.
Yeah.
So stop talking about all things. Let's talk about what we're doing. We're solving this problem here. Let's try to do it with physicalism first. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, and I agree with a lot of what you said. My difference would come into when you're actually talking about the science and how that influences our understanding of ethics. I would go in a bit of a different direction with that, but I still agree that it's important to consider the science when we're thinking about ethics.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hey, Dessel.
Yo.
Kind of an off-topic question, but on the error report, did you happen to go into any of the cosmology stuff you put in the email you sent me? Did you go into any cosmology at all, or not really?
No. In the error report, it was thermodynamics, it was abiogenesis, it was vestigial structures, and a couple other things, but no cosmology in that one.
Ah, shame. Oh well.
I was just thrilled. I was really thrilled with your error report.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was in my hotel listening to it. Yeah, I thought it rocked. So
appreciate you. I was trying to put together enough material to offer something interesting, and I was real tired at the end of the day too. But I wanted to go through with it anyway, so I'm glad that you got something out of it.
Yeah.
Speed. Would it be okay if I said that I think we should have Dessel on the weather report more often?
Yeah. Even though he's wrong a lot. Almost
my favorite thing in the world. I did want to say one thing to Andrew though, because when you're talking about cosmology there, and the last couple of times I've heard you talking about it, you contrast inflationary theories with cyclical theories.
Yes.
But I don't think you got to do that. You can have inflationary cyclic theories. An example is inflationary bounce cosmology. Which I don't know enough about yet, but it's an inflationary cyclic model.
I didn't know that. Okay, that's kind of I guess I was thinking strictly inflation or strictly cyclic cosmology, but I guess that wasn't a proper way to think about it.
I just wanted to throw that in there because you were talking about how you like cyclical models, and I do too. I mean, that whole conversation about it either being a cyclical universe or a multiverse for me. And since you like cyclic models, I didn't want you to think that you had to be at odds with inflation, because I think that there's pretty decent stuff in favor of inflation too. There's still this book that I'm working through that was published in the early 90s, observational tests of cosmological inflation. And they go through a bunch of different predictions that their model made. And by the end of the book, vindicated, but I just have to go into a lot more of the details.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like, it might be at either extremes, and it's easier to think about that way if you go with either extreme, but I guess at some point, probably the reality we will discover will have some aspects of both, but also some aspects that aren't from either.
Yeah, it's just from what I remember of the physics, because this is going back a while now, but the original cyclical model, like the traditional one, had to rely on the idea that the universe would collapse back in on itself, and that was dependent upon that parameter of Aleph 0, having to do with whether or not gravity was strong enough to pull everything back in on itself. And as far as it goes, even though I've seen some pop-sci articles hinting that there's going to be this revolution, or some new study has shown that it's not going to continue to expand, the current consensus says that it's expanding faster than ever. So if you're going to have a cyclical model, it probably is going to have to invoke some kind of foreign mechanism to make that work, because that traditional straightforward cyclical model seems to be pretty dead in the water.
Did you ever understand Penrose's idea that it keeps expanding, but then it expands into some new scale that becomes another Big Bang, sort of?
Yeah, his conformal cyclic cosmology. Leo linked me to an article recently that critiqued Penrose and seemed to critique him pretty hard, but I haven't gone through it yet. I've got it saved, and I want to go through it soon. I'm still hunkered down in abiogenesis paper.
I think something we could probably both agree on also would be that the physical universe we live in, our observable universe, definitely did have a beginning in some sense. But whether the larger extent of reality, the universe, or multiverse, however you want to call it, had a beginning is more debatable, in the sense that that larger scale can have an inflationary pre-beginning, I guess, for lack of a better word, or a cyclic eternity. But we know that the past we live in cannot have existed forever. If I don't know if I'm making sense in that.
Yeah, I understand. I think exactly what you mean. The words that I usually use for it, though it may not be appropriate, I have to look into it a little bit more, but the words I usually describe it as is just a phase transition. If you're not going to look at it as some kind of ultimate beginning, then the alternative would be that. Understanding it as some kind of phase transition of the material. So that's how I would look at it, unless like I said, there's some kind of multiverse in which bubbles come into and go out of existence.
Right. I think the fact that inflation, maybe eternal inflation, for example, and cyclic models, those processes both, in a sense, eliminate prior information as well. So we can only, at this moment at least, talk about what happened in our observable patch, but not necessarily what happened in the larger scale of reality as to whether that had a beginning. We can always say what happened after inflation or after the last cycle. If that makes sense.
Yeah, my thing though is that there's still going to be, even though it's going to be outside the range of our testable experience in terms of designing some kind of science experiment to test reality, I think that there's still going to be some bedrock conceptual necessities in terms of any theory being at base coherent. like there's still going to be certain theories that eliminate themselves because they make no coherent sense. And this is where I start to bitch about the idea of nothingness, and that I don't think that shit makes any sense at all. So like, so there's still like, even though we aren't able to test that overarching thing, there's still going to be like a limited range of sensible ideas of what to make of it.
Right.
By the way, Dessel, this is a total aside. Did you find all the paper? I uploaded about 30 papers on ABio.
Yep. So what I just recently did is I opened up your folder on abiogenesis papers, and John Perry also sent me a bunch. And so I have them all pulled up here as tabs on my Chromebook that I'm slowly getting to each and every single one.
Can you drag them over into that directory?
Let's see. I can probably put like a shit ton of them in private chat. Oh yeah, like in the directory that you're talking about. I plan to all the articles that I have basically, and upload them all to that. I will get to that pretty soon.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I'm using 30 gigabytes out of 2 terabytes, so we got room.
For sure.
Yep. Okay.
Should we wrap it up?
We can open the room.
Word. I was just thinking, like, why didn't that timer go off? Because we did that at 46 minutes.
No, it actually did go off. So.
Oh, okay.
I shut it off right away before anybody noticed. I'm so quick, like a bunny. Quick like a bunny. So, anybody have a problem with me opening it up?
Do it.
I'm probably going to drift off and go watch television, but I'll keep an eye on the board if anybody wants in or out or whatever. But,
okay.
Or if Immutable comes back and I get to throw him out, because I really want to do that.
Yeah,
So,
I'm probably going to have to leave in a bit, to be honest, because I have to check up on stuff, but I
It's Simos. He's the first brave person to come into this horrible room.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here to hear Leo's response to Andrew's question, which I'm fascinated to hear.
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah, you never did answer my quantum question.
Yeah, I think it's a long question. I don't think you can do it in chat easily, so. But I really want to hear what Leo's got to say on that particular subject, because it's really...
She's delayed in midnight.
Yes. Here's proof that I'll let anybody into my stream.
Oh wow, there we go.
Yeah.
Boy, the one time I can join and not be thrown out. There we go.
Oh, Leo didn't hear my question. That's why.
Yeah.
Well,
Good to be back.
Join Leo and I will repeat it.
You know what makes me happy?
What makes you happy?
Sex?
That makes me so happy.
Makes me happy.
You know, I do nothing and I get thrown out. I feel like Maddox.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
God, no.
Well, you're not whinging already, are you?
Have you got his dick out of your mouth yet, or have you done it?
We had a pleasant conversation, and that means I'm sucking his dick. Okay, that's kind of a stretch.
This is just a mouthwash.
Do you have a problem like with people having pleasant things existing, Speed?
Yes,
I mean, I know age. I know age is like a bitch, but
I just want to kick kids off my lawn. That's all I want to do.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God,
there
Leo,
we go.
What the fuck, you scared the shit out of me.
The lion.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm glad you joined, Leo.
I think.
Yeah, I didn't hear what Andrew's question was. I think I stepped out when he asked it.
Oh, well, that's coincidental.
Wait, it's weird. Wait, Simos, did you say that you thought the question was kind of stupid, or did I mishear you?
No, I said the question isn't one that you can easily answer in side chat. Anyway.
Oh.
You need to do it.
Oh,
person,
okay.
Really. And
Yeah, no,
it's-
I didn't hear the question. That must have been when I stepped out to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We can get
if
to
it's
it,
que-
sure.
Yeah, my question was about quantum locality versus realism and whether the standard quote unquote interpretations like Copenhagen and many worlds, in contrast to things like Bohmian mechanics and pilot waves, whether those interpretations, usually discussed in quantum mechanics, are they favoring locality or favoring realism? In that sense,
Well, the thing is, both locality and realism are violated by quantum mechanics. So
Oh, you really
locality
was there,
locality
Ian.
states that things can only affect or be affected, obviously at the speed of light, by things in, and obviously this term, physicists generally agree on what it means, but there's going to be variances between who you ask. But they can only interact or be interacted with, again, at the speed of light, with things in their immediate vicinity. I'm just going to put that in quotes.
Right.
So that's what locality says. Well, we know that's false because of entanglement. The thing that we need to understand is that, and I literally can never stress this point enough, at least apparently, because so many people keep saying it, it's not true. There is absolutely no physical information being transmitted anywhere to anything at any time in entanglement. That's not what it means. That's never been what it means. Put that idea, if you think that there's some actual physical communication happening, put that thought out of your head. That is not what's happening. It's not at all what's happening.
Right.
I'm not going to get into the details of it because it's just not necessary. Realism, the word realism when it's used in quantum mechanics means something entirely different. So if I were to ask Danny right now, can you tell me what realism is? What he would describe is absolutely fucking nothing what realism is in quantum mechanics. Realism in quantum mechanics, or I guess in a sense broadly physics, means that for any system, the states that system has are definite and determinable prior to and independently of measurement.
Right.
Well, we obviously know that's not true in quantum mechanics. It's not that an electron does have a position, but we just don't have access to the knowledge about it. It actually does not have a position prior to measuring, or more appropriately, its position is smeared across a set of probabilities. We call that a superposition. That's how the position is defined prior to measurement. So both locality and realism are false.
Oh.
The violation of Bell's inequalities proved, no, I shouldn't say proved, but I'm going to use that word here because I think we all know what I mean when I say it, and that I'm not meaning it in the sense of logic or math. But the violation of Bell's inequalities proved non-locality, and the violations of the violation of Leggett's inequalities proved quantum non-realism. And inspiring philosophy tries to argue that the violation of realism, that the realism as they're using it is the philosophical realism. It's not. It just, as I said earlier, means that when you hear realism, a state is physics obeys realism when the states of some physical system can be definite and determinable prior to and independent of measurement. So that we can determine where the moon is at, even if we can't see it in the sky. But we can't determine where an electron is at if we're not measuring it. That doesn't mean that there isn't like an electron. Well, there is and there isn't an electron there. There's an electron field there. Whether the field is actually perturbed prior to the measurement relates to the measurement problem. Is the perturbation in the field prior to measurement, or does measuring the field perturb it and give it properties? We don't know that yet.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, nicely said that bit.
My
My
concept of it was that pilot wave theory was non-local but real in the sense you described it, and that Copenhagen interpretation, for example, was local but non-real.
Bohmian would be both local and real. There are local hidden variables, and because of that, there are actually there's a definitiveness to the states of quantum systems prior to and independent of measurement. So it would be both local and real, and this is why Bohmian mechanics is. I don't think I know of any physicists that would say that Bohmian mechanics has even really a chance of being rescued.
Yeah, there's that's supposed to be on the outs. I know that there are still certain philosophers who like it, but I don't think the list.
And I have a lot of respect for philosophy. Everybody knows that, but they're philosophers. They're philosophers, not physicists. And I think even Danny would agree there's a difference between those two.
So I just wanted to say that, like, I really liked your description too, because when you clarified that there's a distinction there between like how realism is being understood within that framework versus realism in a philosophical sense, I think that's really important. So that clears up a lot of trouble that I might have. Yeah. Okay,
Physicists would say that these things are still real in terms of realism in the philosophical sense. Physicists would say that because you would be very, very hard pressed to find a physicist that's not a realist in the philosophical sense. Very hard pressed, and there are reasons for that. I am also a realist, and so they would say there's an electron, or at least an electron field there. It just to say what is the position of an electron prior to measurement is as useless a question or as meaningless a question as what is the wavelength of blue north of the North Pole. What does that even mean?
My understanding of it is that if you do measure the position of the electron, you lose all information about its momentum.
Yes, because the eigenstate contains only you can only derive information about position from the eigenstate. The eigenstate will not give you anything about momentum because they're complementary. There we go, complementary observables.
I think the problem with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is that too many people
don't know what it is.
Well, like, misunderstand it as photons deflecting off of them and their high energy causing it to disturb its path, when in reality it's just a consequence of what some people would call wave-particle duality, but would more probably just be how quanta behave.
Yes, there's nothing about that that's wrong, but just to add on to that, at least the underlying concept in wave, well, not really wave particle duality, sort of, but more in the uncertainty principle, it can be found. I mean, a lot of sound engineers will tell you this when they have to Fourier transform from the frequency domain to the time domain. I'm probably gonna butcher this. It's gonna be way more simplistic than it should be, so forgive me, but the more information you have in the frequency domain, the less information you have in the time domain, and vice versa. And so we can take this concept and apply it to quantum mechanics. So if I've got a lot of information about position space, as it's called, I have no information about momentum space, and vice versa. And you can Fourier transform between them, between position and momentum, but you cannot know both at the same time. You can know this one, and then you can go into this one and know this one, but you cannot get information to make confident statements about both of those observables at the same time. You just can't do it.
I think I've been a victim of pop sci literature, because
it's horrible.
Some of the things, for example, I had already corrected the whole thing, you guys talking about how Heisenberg uncertainty is inherent to the math. And when I went over Bob Eagle, Dr. Physics A, his lectures clarify that. And that's in contrast to James Trefle, who is using the whole sensitivity of our measuring apparatuses rather than it being the math thing. So there was that. And then another thing is talking about the whole realism thing. When I read Jim Baggett's book, The End of Physics, the way that he treats Bell's inequality is basically like an argument for philosophical idealism.
Like what inspiring philosophy does. That's essentially
right.
That he says that Leggett's inequalities being violated means that there actually isn't a reality there until it's measured, and you have to have consciousness to collapse the wave function, so consciousness must underlie everything. It's just a gross misunderstanding. And the thing is, with the one guy that you mentioned, the latter name, where you said he uses more of these conceptual tools rather than the technical ones, I don't think there's really anything wrong with that. It's just that when you're dealing with a subject like quantum mechanics, and both me and Immutable know this because we both watched each other struggle to try to explain certain concepts of it without appealing to mathematics, which can be very hard because we don't have any other tool to understand this level of reality and to describe what goes on than mathematics. There is one and only one tool you can use to understand reality at this level, and that's mathematics. So to try to explain it without using that is like trying to paint you a picture without a paintbrush and a canvas. How do I do that? And that's why I always say, to be quite honest, if you want to understand, actually understand quantum mechanics, You've got to understand the math. And I speak from experience. I tried throughout high school to understand what it was without understanding the math. I couldn't do it. Could not do it. Started understanding the math and these concepts. It was like somebody just opened a door. It just made way more sense to me. I could put the pieces together in my head and figure out, be able to say, okay, I understand what this phenomenon is now.
I also one more thing about quantum mechanics that I find interesting and that I read in some book was basically that the fact of entanglement itself is kind of what leads to this transition from the quantum world to what we would call the classical world.
Decoherence, yes.
Yeah, decoherence in the sense that, like one person described it, or the way he described it in the book was basically that the quantumness, for lack of a better word, is smeared out to such an extent that we become part of it and we can no longer observe it from the outside.
A good way to describe the difference between when we can or using quantum mechanics, and you could, technically speaking, you could use quantum mechanics to describe the motions of the heavenly bodies, to describe our solar system. It's just that you would need a supercomputer that is twice that size and would probably end up collapsing in on itself into a black hole under its own gravity in order to run the computations of the requisite equations, because of all of the individual aspects of every individual state that you have to consider when you make those calculations. So if I want to know what's going to happen when water pours out of a cup, you can use something like the Navier-Stokes equations in classical mechanics, which really are very, very good for describing the behavior of fluids, and liquids are fluids. Liquids are fluid, I should say. So I would use that, but there isn't really anything quantum about those equations. I think there are ways that you can adjust them and apply them in somewhat of like I'll word it this way, since we're making up words here. I'm just following after Andrew. It's sort of like a quantum-y sense, but not like any meaningful degree. You don't need quantum mechanics. You could use it, but why? You have... I don't need to know the positions and momentums of every individual atom of water to know what the water's going to do when I pour it out of the glass. So why would I do that? Why would I not just sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not generalize, approximate over the whole system and just go with that and get perfectly fine solutions that help me to understand reality just as well as trying to utilize quantum mechanics to do this. That's really the difference. There isn't like a divide, classical level and quantum level. Everything is quantum. It's just there gets to a point where we as a species can take this convention we've developed, mathematics, and say, look, there are ways we can kind of, fudge this a little bit, where we can just generalize over large aspects or rather many aspects of a large system and really get the same exact, I shouldn't say same exact, but the same solutions to what the system is doing. Why complicate things? It's more of an Occam's razor thing than anything. We just don't need to complicate the mathematics that much to understand the classical level of reality when we can approximate.
Well, and it's an argument of scale as well, because there's an argument to be made that, like, when you talk about, for instance, like the properties of water as a molecule and compare that to being a fluid, you can kind of run into this paradox of, well, water is a molecule. Yeah, I mean, it's a stark contrast. Water is a molecule that it exhibits a dipole because oxygen is negatively charged, hydrogen is positively charged. So you're going to have some kind of tendency for other positively charged parts of a water molecule to want to mitigate the charge that's being there. So it's going to exhibit some kind of elaborate, like, periodic or some kind of structure to stabilize itself. And that's not a Newtonian, and that's definitely not a Newtonian kind of level of description, because it's not moving randomly. But the thing is, right, like when you go into scale, like when you consider like a liter or a gallon of water, the fact of the matter is, like, at sufficiently high temperatures, the fact, like, that there's so much water, and the fact that, like, there's enough energy to kind of dissolve that conflict of interest, it mitigates that effect, right? You can ignore that effect for the sake of computation. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't, and the overall, like, result you get from from including that in the description doesn't change anything,
Exactly.
not to a significant degree.
Exactly.
Andrew, how did you define supernatural?
Yeah, I do take a little bit of issue with it as well.
Oh.
Careful, Andrew.
It's-
You're in the hot
it's-
seat.
if I
Wait,
remember,
I was gonna say I thought it was something along the lines of that which it's not just that we can't measure it or understand it, that it is immeasurable and non-understandable. There's no way we could ever measure and understand this thing. That's something that's just effectively supernatural.
I think it's
and
something
then
that
your
kind of.
reason was that it. Yeah, but your reason was that it, in virtue of it not being verifiable, right? But there's kind of a flippant response. I guess I would say, but I think it still works. That such principles like verificationist principles are sort of self-defeating, because if you're operating on the principle that a thing is only knowable if it's verifiable, that principle itself is not verifiable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
All systems are going to have their flaws. I mean,
Everything that came out of the logical positivist, there is, like, I suppose you could say, a place where you could apply those principles, but I think that a lot of what came out of this logical positivist movement that happened wasn't what. We'll just leave it in the past.
Well,
we'll just leave it in the
though,
past.
by Christian apologists, because what
Oh,
the
for
logical
sure.
positivists actually they are not saying that which is meaningful is that which is verifiable, that which is knowable is verifiable. They actually have their principle comes with two parts, right? Either something's meaningful if it can be logically deduced, let's just say tautologically, tautological, or if it's verifiable, and that's a far more respectable
Yes, it
principle.
is.
Now, but the burden on them is to show why that principle itself is a tautology, and that, but it's not.
Or
so-
give evidence for it, which I don't think
or
they can do.
or verify it, right?
Yeah.
So just like with what Andrew was saying before, you were kind of concentrating on it being a verificationist approach. But when I was talking with Andrew earlier, like, he made it clear that he was also cool with using like a falsifiability measure, also in the sense that like his real interest wasn't either verifying or falsifying per se, but rather that the idea be testable in some manner.
I just take those terms to be synonymous, but I guess he's using them differently, so I would have to ask him what he means.
Andrew?
Oh boy. Like differentiating between verifying and falsifying.
Verifying and testable, something in falsification. To me, these are all terms that are very tied together. Like, if you can
I think
falsify
I would agree.
something, you can test to show that it's
Yeah.
true or false. Right?
Yeah, I think that if something is falsifiable, I would say that almost seems to analytically contain the concept of testability. How could you falsify something if you couldn't test it?
Yeah,
So
right.
if something is falsifiable, it must be testable.
So I mean, like, the idea there being that Andrew wouldn't necessarily be vulnerable to a critique of, the logical positivist or a verification criterion, because he's saying that it's not just verification, it's also falsification, or whatever means that you have to simply test the idea, insisting that testability is inherent to a scientific procedure.
It seems like testability has to stretch. You have to stretch it to, like, logically test or test arguments or something. If you're using it in that sense, then I don't have I have less of a problem.
I mean, if we mean
Yes, I guess
testing
it'll
in more
depend.
like an experimentation, like running empirical experiments, I definitely think that's going to limit you.
Yeah, I mean, I think verification as a principle, at least because people normally use it, kind of take it to be something like that's perceptible to the senses, whereas something like falsifying something can just entail like that there's a contradiction that rests like within the internal contents of a statement.
Not in the philosophical literature. Falsification is in the empirical realm, right? Like, it came from Popper in the context of philosophy of science. But the way that you sort of generate predictions is essentially from the meanings of the proposition. and those predictions can be then perceived or not perceived.
Well, would you say that like falsifying X can be thought of like as equivalent to showing that X has an internal contradiction?
No. Falsify does not mean can be shown to be false. It can be shown to be false in a particular way, namely
to empirical.
Empirical means, yeah.
So falsify doesn't mean you're just showing that something is false. It means you're showing something's false through particularly empirical means.
But you can be charitable to people. You know, sometimes I hear it and I know what they mean. But if you're using it in the same playing field as testability or verify, then it seems like you're using the historical term rather than just some kind of term to mean can be shown to be false.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's pretty fair because it's definitely true that that Popper was operating in that way and focusing on it being like an empirical endeavor where you're trying to falsify your hypothesis using a deductive manner. So yeah, I mean, like, that's fair, I guess. I mean, like, you know, basically the point being there that I just think that at least the way that Andrew was portraying it to me before, he was interested much more in principle with the idea of being able to test it somehow. And if we're going with science, I guess maybe Andrew meant empirically in particular, but that's going to come down to Andrew to clarify.
So Andrew, I would. Oh no, go ahead. You might answer my question.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I guess in a sense, test empirically because that's the only way I can conceptualize.
Answered my question. Yes, awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there are other ways that are in some sense more reliable if it can be done, like logically testing something to see if part of if a proposition entails a contradiction or things like that. But
in which case, if you're using that definition, then it is falsifiable, right? Like God, you know, the omni-God, I think bears a contradiction given the existence of evil, right? So it's falsifiable in that sense, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, you could test it.
Danny, at some point this week, I'd like to schedule. I mean, and we can have it on your channel if we want live, or if you just want to have private discussion. I'd like to talk to you about the problem of evil because it's something I'd like to learn a little bit more about, and I know that's something that you are very interested in and have a lot of knowledge of.
Yeah,
that reminds me.
As a Christian, and I finally succumbed to the argument. It took a lot of brain beating.
I bet. Yeah, I know how that works. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was actually curious. I recommended you a metaphysics textbook a little bit.
I got it,
ago.
and I already read the intro. First of all, that book is very well structured. It's like perfect for a classroom environment.
What's the book?
Metaphysics Introduction by Listen Nay, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Would you be willing to kind of like go over or like discuss like discuss kind of like key concepts in that? I mean, you're really well educated on that, so I think it'd benefit people to kind of.
Yeah, I would love to. I was excited right when I got it. Well, first of all, you told me about it, and then I looked at the table of contents. I was very impressed with the table of contents, and then I went and read the introduction and skimmed the rest, and I think it's a pretty good read.
Yeah, nice. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. So.
Do you think there's a conflict, Danny, between Calvinism and the problem of evil?
No, I think they still have a problem. I think, you would determinism, like, I guess, like, a lot of Christians think that libertarian free will somehow fixes this issue of evil, but there's two
libertarian free will. I'm sorry, I have to laugh when I hear that.
Yeah, that's been that for a while.
Well, you know what's funny? You know what's funny is that if libertarian free will is actually a thing, then the people who argue for it most fervently would have to admit that another argument they make very fervently, that causality is a fundamental principle, must be wrong. Because if there's any sort of mechanistic cause to decisions that you make, then at least to some degree there's some sort of, I guess you could say, physical determinism present there.
I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They can't appeal to their reasons as explanations, right? So that's and the idea is Go ahead, Randolph.
I think that a lot of the Christians I find I've debated with on this have, or had discussions with, have the libertarian free will. Probably what they mean by that is like full free will, compared to their sense of free will being within the confines of what God allows. Libertarian free will to them would be without those restraints. I think that's what.
Well, actually, they get clever with Molinism to try to reconcile.
William Lane Craig.
Because the idea is that they think that it's compatible that you have a free action in a libertarian sense while God, like, being sovereign. And what they appeal to is God has knowledge of all the true counterfactuals of creaturely freedom and uses that when he actualizes a world without determining the action.
I only know about this because this is William Lane Craig argues for this. So he's
I think
one of the most known theologians and philosophers on the subject.
I think Molinism is successful, but then I think the problem of evil is far worse on Molinism, because then that just means God gets the world that he wants, right?
Yeah,
like he did have control.
Molin.
He did have, yeah. The idea is that
it's from
God,
Molina. What's the guy's first name?
Louis
Molina. Yeah, there you go. Louis Molina.
What's the basic outline of Molinism?
Okay, so the idea on Molinism, what's the basic what? Sorry, Randolph, I want to make sure I answer your question.
The basic
outline is this, right? The basic outline is this. What Molinists want to do is reconcile God's sovereignty and free will. They want to say God is to control everything, but humans are still free in a libertarian sense, not in the Calvinistic sense that they're predetermined and yet somehow still free. So what they do is they say, okay, God has this all the knowledge of each possible world in which you use your freedom for something. He doesn't determine what you do in those worlds, but he does actualize which one comes into fruition. Okay.
So God acts as a limiter to a certain extent.
Right, exactly. They call it they call that limiter weak actualization.
Yep.
And they call an action strong actualization. So God doesn't strongly actualize your decision. You strongly actualize your decision. He weakly actualizes the which possible world becomes actual rather than just potential. But there's a problem with that.
So it's like he's partly delegating.
Yeah, there's a big problem with that, because that means he's picking which world he wants still.
Right.
So he just picked the world in which Hitler killed all these people, right? Still, so there's the
problem of evil. I think explodes here. It sounds like
there's a Christian that's very honest about this, who's not a Calvinist. His name is Dr. Trent Doherty, and he's a Christian, and he says, I hate Molinism because he just gets. He said he's just giving. God gets the world that he wants, and he wants a world in which there's a ton of sin.
Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is too, like, and maybe this isn't like entirely well thought out, but why would God, like, according to like my understanding of the story, which is far from perfect, what if God desired for people not to sin? Why would he create the potential for sin to exist? Right?
The problem gets deeper. Well, really, I'm not going to go all the way, but basically, there's two. You can approach the problem of evil in two ways. Number one is you can say, look, there's actual evil, therefore God doesn't exist. And then the way sometimes that you just suggested is saying, hey, if evil's even possible, God doesn't exist. Right, which is a very interesting now, because you could grant a Christian, okay, everything in this world is good, okay, but the fact that evil was possible shows that a good God can't exist.
So can I jump in? I just wanted to say that a lot of theists I know, I think even the likes of Dr. Craig, would say at least something along the lines of God doesn't choose any evil that happens in the world. That natural evils aren't really evil, because evil would generally imply some sort of intention there. But natural evil is just a term referring to nature fucking us up. But they would say that evil is a choice of the humans that are doing it. God does not choose evil. Evil happens because God gave us free will, and we have chosen with that free will to do evil things, to go against God. God is not choosing that, and he's not responsible for it. So to sit here and say that somehow God is responsible, I mean, we can acknowledge that there's evil in the world, but to pin that on God and say that this is somehow God's fault, it's just not the case. He didn't choose it. This isn't what he wanted. This is what we chose. This is what we wanted. It goes against him. That's what they say.
When we talk about the problem of evil, I'll give you. They're going to have to be an open theist if they want to say that, I think.
I
think
think
that-
in a sense I would agree.
I think that runs into like really specific issues though when you consider things like why do there exist viruses that are like specific to human and no other
Oh yeah, for sure.
like in no other species and things like that, or
The fall of man.
Well, and the thing is though too.
Well,
but-
yeah, that's
right. But
the
thing is,
first
too,
original sin. That's what corrupted all this stuff. Yeah.
If God, well, and the thing is too, like God, I can grant the thesis, like the premise that God created everything, right? But that also entails that God created these animals like with the intention to kill humans in the case that like humans decided to sin.
Yeah, what it means to say that you're responsible for something is not simply that you caused it, because I cause all sorts of things I'm not aware of, right? If I spit my gum out and someone steps on the gum and it stuck to the shoe, and a week later, I caused that. All right, I might be the explanation for that, but I wasn't aware that would happen. The idea of responsibility is that you have to cause it and know that your intention caused it. So the idea is that if God causes or sets up the world and he knows it's going to be a certain way, it's intentional. There's responsibility there.
Yeah.
Well, right, but God is omniscient, so that's already.
Yeah,
right.
How does knowing responsibility in that view?
Because I'm just telling you what I mean by responsible. When I say I'm responsible for X, I'm saying I desired it, and then my desire caused the outcome.
Yeah, it's not. It's he's saying that it's not just that the outcome happened, but that the outcome happened as a result of my intention for the outcome to happen.
And knowing that,
that I knew I wanted this to happen. I knew this would happen, and I made it happen. I guess that's sort of a more simplistic way of putting it.
I get.
Well, and the thing is too.
Okay, a word from your sponsor. I'm going to mute this, and if anybody needs anything, Immutable or Leo or Scott, text me.
Why me, Danny, and Immutable were removed, and nobody else?
I'm very curious about that too. I'm very like
I'm just
skeptical as to
I'm just
how
giving
that's
Speed shit. I know Speed's doing it just to fuck with us.
You two are the people talking about.
Okay, the reason you and Danny and Immutable got and nobody else is, you notice how quiet it gets when I just take the three of you out? I mean, that's all I needed to do. If I had to go further,
You're such a douche.
I got a point, right? I got a point.
There were effectively three of us that were part of the conversation. It makes sense that we would be talking.
Yep.
I mean, we're not telepathic,
also
so
make sense
I'm
that you
sorry
would
if like
take it
we have
out
to
when
talk
you
to communicate. I'm sorry we're not like hive minds yet that can.
But are you three always?
Oh, I don't want to
talking?
be a hive mind. Oh, that would suck. Randolph, dude, what? Dude, okay, I'm sorry. When you're on stream, just put your hammers down. Crack a beer. Just relax, man. You don't have to. Just it's a Saturday. It's like not even 10 o'clock where you're at right now. I mean, almost, but not
You
quite.
think
Just
this is work?
relax.
You think this is like work for me? This
No,
is
I'm
my
just
new
fucking-
hobby.
Yeah, it's like that work. Shit, what are you talking about? Nah, you got it wrong.
The reason I was sitting down here is to point out that calling the host a douche is probably not going to result in
He
a
knows
great
I'm fucking
outcome
with
for
him.
you. Yeah.
He knows I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
That's one thing I like about Speed is that he kind of came from sort of a we stomp our own background with his friends and the people he ran around with, and I do as well. So
An easier way to say that is he's got a thick skin.
Yes. He knows how to fuck with people, and he doesn't mind being fucked with himself, and that's what I like. I like being able to fuck with my friends. As long as it's harmless. If obviously there's a line there, but harmless fun. There's nothing wrong with that.
I agree actually with what Mark Reed is arguing in the chat here.
Just let me see.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but that's typical for someone like Mark Reed.
All right, Danny. Shots fired already.
There goes the hangout.
I'm sympathetic to the idea that you can still be responsible for something even if you didn't know that would be the outcome. Just in the sense that the outcome only was that outcome because of you. Whether or not you knew that was going to be the outcome, it's still only the outcome because you did it.
But Danny, didn't you make a distinction between cause and responsibility?
Yeah, exactly. The point is that I can cause all sorts of things and not be aware. I mean, when people say you're responsible for something that you didn't knowingly cause, they're saying something different. They're saying that you should do some. You should revise your behavior or something. They're making a moral claim, right?
So I mean, like, they can still mean that you should revise your behavior, but still hold you morally responsible for the outcome because you are the reason why it happened. You know, that's like that's how I see most compatibilist accounts of moral responsibility go, where like even if you don't, you know, even if it's not your intention, it really doesn't matter because ultimately it's you that is causing the result, and so that's how they hold you accountable.
Yeah, I take the success conditions for blame. That's another word, blame, right? I take the success conditions for blame is that if you accept correction. If you don't accept correction, I don't know what it means to say that you're blameworthy.
Yeah. I get that. I think that whether somebody's blameworthy is probably ultimately going to be subjective. So to them, they're not at blame, but to another, they are.
Yeah, that does
blame also involves. I think blame also involves a notion of intention, right? Like, did this person like have an expectation that what they would do would cause like suffering or injury or something like that? Because if they didn't, I mean, then it could just be, you know, like a spurious or, you know, random consequence of the event that wasn't predicted, like, or wasn't expected.
I think it's also worth pointing out that I do, and Danny can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I do think he would probably be using different, at least slightly different connotations of the word blame and responsibility in this discussion than what the more colloquial, you know, everyday offhand usage may be.
Sorry, what was that? There are different connotations to responsibility. I just think that, like, in a political, maybe colloquial context, that responsibility carries a moral dimension. But I think that there's a broad sense of responsibility that really, look, I'm responsible for, you know, starting my car, right? There's no moral dimension to that. That just means that, like, I desired it and I turned the ignition was turned, and I know my desire caused the turning of the ignition. That's all it means, right? If you're adding on a connotation of moral there, sure, right? So that happens, and I'm just saying that there's a very fundamental understanding of responsibility, and I outlined it. I'll be right back.
I did want to say really quickly, Andrew has to get going, and he would like to give some final thoughts, so I think we should give him the floor.
I guess we'll acquiesce to that. We must.
Sorry, I was doing something. What?
Final words, Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wear your hot tail proudly.
Huh? What?
Don't worry about it.
Tail proudly. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Do I need to do the thing before you say your outro?
What thing?
We have been midnight ranting on naturalism and the philosophy of science. No, we're not on Amy's channel.
Now you better talk about Amy's stream.
No, you know we're not on.
Wait, is she streaming right now?
Oh wait, is she?
Her channel. You better talk about her channel.
Oh, her channel. Yeah, if you're not subscribed to it, then you're just a fucking unbased little cook-pilled motherfucker.
You know what's better than that is just simply sharing the link.
Yeah, but I want people to feel insulted by not being subscribed to her channel. That way, they're more likely to. They're more emotionally invested in subscribing to her channel. Boom!
I'm going to take a wild guess. I'm going to take a wild guess here that sales and marketing is not your strong point.
No, it's not.
Well, look, if you want to, you can become an entrepreneur just like John Maddox. Just look where that landed.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Living in my truck. Down in a van! Or living in a van! Down by the river!
How long have you been an entrepreneur for?
Well,
wait, Randolph, do you mean how long has he been living in a van down by the river? Oh, shit.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
businesses.
They're very persistent. I mean,
guys, Andrew is supposed to be giving.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I had the opportunity and I had to take it.
That's how this channel goes. I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah.
Take it away, Andrew.
No, I was just gonna say, Leo, you say strange things sometimes, but they make me laugh. So I appreciate that.
Do you not know the lives in a van down by the river joke?
No.
From Saturday Night Live with Chris Farley?
I'm familiar with that.
No.
I am a motivational speaker. I am 35 years old. I am divorced. And I live in a van down by the Look up "Live in a Van Down by the River" on YouTube.
That was a pretty good imitation, Leo.
It was.
Dude, oh my god,
it's so fucking good.
Dude, and at the SNL 40 when Melissa McCarthy redid it, oh, she did so fucking good. Dude, I was laughing my ass off. Anyway, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Whoa, holy fuck, there's some robotic.
That sounded cool.
Holy shit.
What is it bad? 1 second.
Yeah.
It sounds like a really stoned robot. Like, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's pretty damn accurate.
A really stoned robot.
That was cool.
It was an awesome voice.
Danny, I don't know what drugs you did when you were gone, but I want them. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go and don't stop talking.
I know. I that's my problem. Yeah, I just want to say, like, this whole naturalism stuff sometimes gets me thinking. That's why I like to talk about it. And though my position may be, sometimes I don't understand my own position, to be frank. And sometimes I'm trying
philosophy.
Right.
You should do the medicine, Andrew. Maybe you'll turn.
Danny, you can't.
Danny, you need to refresh. You're gonna fucking kill me with this fucking.
Give me the drugs you took. I want them.
Well, actually, people should get Danny to repeat certain phrases while the voice is working.
It's bad. It's like you took more acts like on.
Stop, Danny, please.
Danny,
please,
just stop.
Just type.
Danny, can you please say 42?
Christ.
Danny, can you please say 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything?
42 is the universe and everything.
What?
Can you say it a bit
quicker,
Danny?
That did not compute.
Danny,
That did
can
not compute.
you say it about 30-40% quicker? Please.
Can someone put out so I can do it fast?
Can somebody put out so you can do it fast? Is that what you just fucking
That's what he just fucking said.
Oh my god! I don't know what the fuck's
God.
going on right now. Anyway, Andrew, please.
Is this any better? Is this any better?
There we go.
No, that's
Okay.
much worse. We can hear you.
I gotta hand it to Speed. He runs the best streams.
For the
Okay,
past,
Andrew,
for the last
just do
5
the-
minutes, that
you
was the
should
most
just-
interesting thing that happened.
Andrew, the question about naturalism is a metaphysical question, so you should do the metaphysics book with us, and you don't have to read it. We'll just Immutable and I will just read it and then talk about it.
Okay.
Oh my god. Whew.
I would like to join in on that with whoever's the one that's setting it up.
Do you need me to send you a PDF of the book?
If yes, I would like that.
Just let me know when you guys are guessing that.
Yeah,
and
no,
I'll
Andrew,
try
just
and be
go.
there.
Go.
Do you know,
Yeah.
Leo, our philosophy of
Danny.
math video has 1,000 views or something.
Shit.
Good.
Really?
We need to
Wow.
continue. We need to continue that actually. I feel like I'm much more well equipped to handle it. Andrew, please go, please.
I can't wait till you guys
I
hit
know.
infinity.
I have a problem with this. I just want to say thank you, Dessel, and Speed as always for letting me have these conversations, and of course Leo for talking some quantum mechanics with me, which most of it I don't yet understand. Like you said, I don't understand the mathematics of it. I'm trying my best to.
Oh, well then, Khan Academy.
Khan
Yeah.
Academy? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I'm telling you right now, Khan Academy. He's got stuff on trigonometry, pre-calculus, calculus, differential, integral, multivariable. And I mean, it's not like university level technicality, but there's little quizzes you can do. And I like Sal's teaching method personally. Sal Khan, who obviously runs Khan Academy.
Right.
And they're little short video. The calculus one, since it's more advanced, the videos get a little bit longer. Some of them get up to maybe 15, 17 minutes, but usually about I'd say maybe somewhere between that 8 to 12 minute is the average for the videos. To the point, you really ought to check out his stuff, especially with any areas like math that you want to know. His math stuff is just fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, there's some
I'll
good.
try and check that out.
Yeah, there's some. There's a really crucial aspect that's
Then-
not always emphasized. That's not always emphasized with quantum mechanics, and that is.
Sorry, Leo, does that mention Golden's incompleteness theorem or not?
Well, didn't
Oh
you
my
remember me
God.
on Amy's stream? I held this book up.
I'm
No
just asking.
mention
Just
of
asking.
Gödel's incompleteness theorems.
Thank you. It's always got to be said
Right.
when someone holds a book up now. I mean, it's.
I know.
It does.
I
It's
know.
the joke now.
Well, guys,
I think some of the books I have could serve as like lethal weapons. But,
does this koozie mention good? Nope. I'm sorry. It doesn't. Shame.
No, that's a surprise.
Shame. Yep.
Yeah, but if you're gonna understand quantum mechanics, and not all, like for instance, as a chemist, and it makes sense that I didn't have to learn this. If you're going to try and understand it, one thing you need to understand is linear algebra.
Yes.
Like you
which
can't
is not
get
that
away
hard.
with. It's not that bad, but some of the I would say it's more conceptually difficult than it is anything else.
Yeah.
Like some of the concepts take a minute to handle.
So Andrew, well, first off, I wanted to say, I was checking out my little periodic table I have here. No mention of Gödel's incompleteness. Shame. Wow. Anyway, Andrew, what the fuck was whatever the fuck his name is? Was it Mendeleev or something like that? I can never remember who discovered that guy. What the fuck was he thinking? Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
Dmitri Mendeleev.
Doesn't he have them? Why doesn't he have them right down here at the bottom where they should be? What the fuck? Anyway, Andrew, how good are you with linear equations and linear systems of equations? Like why, slope, intercept, point, slope, all that stuff,
Oh, I would hope decent at it. If I'm understanding what you're talking about correctly.
So I'm not asking you to actually do this right now, but like,
right.
If I gave you like 13x plus 6y equals 36, could you put that? Would you be able to put that in like point slope form or slope intercept form?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because that was standard form that I gave. Yeah, you should be good. Because linear algebra is just like taking some concepts in calculus and then taking those concepts of graphing things and putting them together and seeing what it's really the algebra of that. The algebra of lines. Linear algebra. That's what it is.
Remind me of one more quick question I had for you, Leo. It's not on quantum mechanics, but it's more about cosmology. And its relation to general relativity, or the math of general relativity.
Hit me.
Okay. Air punch.
Oh, that's a hard right there, buddy. Oh man, actually, from the side of my face that I did, that'd be a left hit. What the fuck am I thinking?
Bruce Lee would be.
I hit so hard, I messed up with your left and right asymmetry.
Yeah. I went. My eyes crossed, man.
Anyways, I was wondering how the expansion of the universe is derived from the assumption of a homogeneous and isotropic large-scale universe, according to I believe the Friedman solution?
Friedman solution, yes. I think that also incorporates the cosmological constant, which gives a constant energy density to space-time, and thereby space-time, that space-time should continually either expand or contract. It just can't be static.
Right. And I guess I was just wondering, is there anything specific about that assumption of homogeneity that leads to a dynamic universe? Or is there an intuitive way to understand it?
So are you asking whether the fact that the universe is homogeneous plays into its expansion in any way?
I guess so, yeah.
I don't think so, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah, I can't imagine that the fact that the universe is homogeneous and isotropic gives anything to the expansion of space-time or to the reason that it's expanding. But like I said, I
agree with that.
I could be wrong on that. I don't think I am. As pretentious as that might sound, but I could be. I don't think it does though, from my understanding.
Right, because my conception of it was basically that Einstein, Einstein plugged in those parameters, which we now know to be true, and got that the universe must be dynamic, and of course he wasn't too kind of that. And I guess what I was trying to figure out is how does the math of general relativity, when taking into account that homogeneity and isotropy, does how does that lead to the Friedman solution in an expanding universe?
So the first thing I wanted to say is the very first part of that entire question is in itself a question, and that is, how does the math of general relativity?
Don't get me started. The mathematical notation is a question. Ridiculous.
But so you have to remember, Einstein's field equations are, technically speaking, they're a set of 10 coupled nonlinear partial differential equations. They're given in a particular notation. The Friedmann solutions are what happens when we just plug when we take the universe that we actually observe, a universe that is homogeneous and isotropic and near uniformly filled with matter and radiation, and we take the numbers associated with that, we plug them into Einstein's field equations, and we solve for those equations. These are exact solutions, so we do have analytic solutions to these equations. What we get is that space-time would have to be dynamic. That it would either be expanding or it would be contracting, but it can't be static because of the energy that we have and the way that space-time behaves and reacts to that energy.
Right, because it kind of seems strange to me that the concept of curvature of space-time could be generalized to such an extent according to general relativity that the space itself is getting larger. It kind of seems unintuitive at first to me that those can be connected by the same theory.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. But fundamentally, Einstein's general theory of relativity is all about geometry.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's how you get weird things like the metric tensor.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's actually it is a useful tool. It's tedious.
Yeah.
Really, really fucking tedious, but useful.
Oh yeah. The most difficult thing I have with general relativity is
16 components tedious.
Yeah.
and two indices on each one.
My big thing is like the notation, and that sounds like a semantical problem, but it's like, I don't know. Maybe that's like the best way you could have done it, but
What is it? T11, T12, T13, T14, T21, T22, T23, T24, and then all the way through. I think that's what it is. 16, isn't it? You can reduce
Something
the matrix
like
down to 10, and you get the 10 Einstein's field equations. There's 4 equations that I think are called the Bianchi identities, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I can't remember what those are, but I think originally the metric tensor has 16 components in it.
I'm referring to before you get there, like the Christoffel symbols.
Oh yeah. Parallel transports. Fun.
Yeah,
your regular manifold.
I still say Bob Eagle, Dr. Physics A, has a 2.5-hour video introducing general relativity that goes over absolutely all of the material just mentioned here. He does such a phenomenal job. That video, I've gone through it so many times. It's incredibly helpful.
The one thing I will say, don't attempt general relativity if you're not good at geometry. If you're not good at geometry, get good at geometry, then do it, because they're at calculus too. Multivariable calculus,
a lot of
because
there are a lot of calculus in the chain rule.
Yeah, there are a lot of multivariate functions. A lot.
Infinitely many.
Because I mean, it seems incredible to me that the math can be so difficult and nonlinear that a unique solution is given its own name, and that seems kind of incredible to me.
Well, one thing you'll learn in differential equations is that equations that can't be solved are the norm, and the ones that can be solved are special.
Yeah. We can't solve this equation, sir. So fucking... What did we learn yesterday? All right, what did we learn yesterday? You start. Okay, so you've got this situation here. All right, and you know the exact solution to this one. Okay, you start there. Great. It's very, very closely related to this problem. We only need to do one thing. All right, you listening? We learned this yesterday. You take your variables and you start perturbing that initial equation and then approximating solutions to it. All right, you remember that? Section 3.1 in your book. That's all I'm going to say. Have a good afternoon.
Oh, I like the Feynman technique, which can be summed up to mathematically. If you don't know if the integral converges, force it to converge.
Yeah, Yeah. By the way, for those who don't know, what I had described was perturbation theory.
Yeah.
Which is a method for approximating solutions to very, very, very difficult equations.
If there's anything I've taken away from this conversation, it's that I don't know enough about math.
Me too.
Trust me, you haven't even got into like the abstract shit like with group
Andrew,
theory.
when's the next time you're gonna talk to Neff?
That'll be like 5 minutes.
I was
from now.
supposed to have.
Because Andrew,
right.
I want to teach you some of the most bizarre arguments against Christianity that are going to like drive him up the wall. Like I have to teach you them.
Is one of them that Nephilim pre-exists?
He's probably.
I did want to say really quickly, just because Immutable brought him up, that I can't remember what it was in reference to. It had something to do with, I think electrodynamics. You might have heard of this, Immutable. And I'm very much paraphrasing what Richard Feynman said, adding quite a bit of spice to it to make it extra, give it a little kick. He was asked, like, well, how do you know the math works? And he said, how do I know the math? Nobody knows if the math works. How the fuck could you know that the math works? All we know that this is a goddamn complicated. None of us know if it works, or none of us know if it's right. He was asked if it was right. That's what he says. Is it right? I don't know if it's. Nobody fucking knows if this is right. Are you kidding me? There's no way we could know this is right. But goddamn it works, and that's all that matters.
If it works, it counts. Damn it.
That's pretty much what he said.
And
if it works,
within how many decimal places too is there, like they have this particular measurement that they use, always talking about the particular accuracy of quantum electrodynamics. It's supposed to be within like some ridiculous number of like
the fine structure constant?
Perhaps so.
Yeah, the fine structure constant is the constant that essentially forms the foundation of I think I'm safe in saying electro-weak interactions.
Yeah.
Not just electromagnetism.
Hey, Leo, I have another challenge for you.
Hit me.
And this is also why they say that the fine structure constant is more fundamental than the speed of light.
Yes, that is very true.
Okay,
Hit me, Andrew.
So, Leo, I want you to describe the essentials of quantum field theory in 3 sentences or less.
In 3 sentences or less, the essentials of quantum field theory. So, number 1 is that... what is it? Oh, God. I can't remember what it is, but they're replaced by self-adjoint operators on it. So, phase spaces and observables in a phase space are replaced by what are called surjective bounded self-adjoint operators, or just Hermitian operators on a Hilbert space is number 1, i.e. you quantize the field. Number 2 is that Poisson brackets are replaced by... oh, fuck, what is it? I literally just watched a lecture and he went over these 3 by Tobias Osborne like 2 days ago. Holy shit, it's a really good lecture, a lecture series, by the way. Poisson brackets are replaced by... oh my god, what is it? I'm not going to remember I don't remember all 3 of them off the top of my head, but I could, if you give me like 3 minutes, I can figure it out.
I'm surprised you know any of them, so that's something.
Is it okay that I have no idea what you just said?
Trust me, Andrew,
yeah.
You're not alone in that endeavor.
I still don't fully understand what a Poisson bracket is. All I know is they're very important in classical mechanics, especially Lagrangian mechanics. I think they can be used in Hamiltonian mechanics. Are they Immutable? Is a Poisson bracket a matrix? No, it's not. Or is it? No, I don't think it is.
I would also add that I was expecting a description of particles as excitations of fields.
Perturbations.
And you went to math stuff that I haven't even heard of.
Well, yeah, because those are the 3. Oh Lord, I think it's actually he lays out 4. Let me scroll through. I'm sorry. I've got to do this now. I've got to figure out what it is because I'm mad that I can't remember it. Yeah, you get that. And it's like, all right, nope, we're dropping everything. Quantum field theory lecture 4. I think this is the one. Let me expand this. Is this the one? Let me go back a little bit. I don't think this is the one. Is this the one? No, I think
By
it's
the way,
a
for
3.
anyone out there, I'm sorry I turned this into a physics lecture.
That's 2.
Not your
Where's
fault.
3?
Actually,
1, 2. Why? Wait. Hold on. What did Andrew just apologize for?
Turning this into a physics lecture.
No, don't ever fucking apologize for that. We're just weeding out the people who never listened in school and who, I'm not gonna use this and there's no reason to learn it. And I always said to those kids, of course you're never gonna use it because you have that mentality. The smart kids will, though. They'll use it. Here we go. I think this is the one. Yes, here we go. Yes, we're getting there. Give me a second. I'm getting closer.
Getting closer. Oh, he's getting closer.
I think we're getting closer. Are we? Hold on.
Are we closer?
You keep going.
What are we
He's
closer
going.
to?
He's going over symmetries and Noether's theorem.
He's reaching
which
the
is very
climax.
important. Oh, it's got to be in here somewhere. I think. Is it towards the end? Maybe it is towards the end. Let me.
He's about to burst.
Yes. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The first one. The first one is functions on a phase space are replaced by state vectors in a Hilbert space.
Yep, that makes sense.
Which state vectors, what you would say is a state vector is acted on by a particular type of operator who is I shouldn't say who, what is its own, the matrix representing that operator is its own conjugate transpose, which is where you transpose the matrix about the trace or the primary diagonal and then take the complex conjugate of all of the entropies. Entries, and that is called the conjugate transpose of a matrix. And if you do that and you get the same matrix, you have a self-adjoint matrix, I believe. And when you apply that to an operator, you get a self-adjoint operator or a Hermitian operator.
Oh, that sounded exciting.
And those operators are what correspond to observables. So you would, if you wanted to know what momentum was, you would use the momentum operator, which I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
You know, I'm very glad.
Yes, I do. It is. I think it's h bar upon I by the partial derivative with respect to position. I think is the momentum operator. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
H bar upon I by the partial derivative with respect to x. Yes.
Can I just say that that's very irritating?
What?
The fact that they put I in the denominator.
I know.
It's like, come on, guys, just.
Does anyone know if Speed is still around, or is he listening in the background? Speed.
Shit.
If we bash scientism enough, he might come out.
Where are y'all on that, by the way?
On scientism?
Okay, I got the second one. The second one is that Poisson brackets that represent... What did he say? Poisson brackets that represent transformations between functions in the phase space are replaced by commutators. Or no. Poisson brackets which represent the functions in the phase space are replaced by commutators. Which... Yeah, that makes sense. And then... Let me fast forward. Nope, that's a little too far.
I would also say, Leo, that you have already failed the challenge, but you can keep going.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not stopping. Oh, fuck. I missed it. What?
We're not stopping. Now you're talking like strangers.
Nope. Functions of charges. Oh, conserved charges in a phase space correspond. They get mapped to a Hermitian operator. Is number 3. I don't know if there's a fourth one, actually. Nope, those are the 3. Yeah, the standard dogma of quantization. Functions on a phase space are replaced by... Jesus Christ, really? Am I really doing this? Functions on a phase space are replaced by... Why am I drawing a blank? Operators. Operators acting on wave functions or state vectors in a Hilbert space. Number 2 is Poisson brackets representing those functions on a phase space are replaced by commutators. And number 3 is conserved charges are in a phase space are represented by a Hermitian operator. I think they would be the charge operators. Or is a charge conjugation operator. I think that's what it's called. So yeah, those are those three are that's the standard dogma of quantization. That's what turns a classical field theory into a quantum field theory.
Riveting.
Okay.
Danny, what are you doing? Leave Mark alone, all right? Just go, crawl back into your hole, Danny. Okay?
I am in my hole right now.
Crawl back into your hole and read your books.
Good morning,
all right?
Bubble.
But you see, that's the problem. I'm already in my hole. I can't go any deeper. Do you want me to start digging or something?
Yes.
Andrew. Just wanted to say, Leonard Susskind, quantum mechanics theoretical minimum, explains a bunch of the math that Leo was just talking about in terms of like introducing the Dirac notation and stuff like that. It's a really good, really clear book.
It goes over Brockett notation, not very much in depth, but that's because you don't need it. Let me go here. It's which chapter or lecture is it? That's yes. I think it's number 6. No, it's number 7. More on entanglement. That's where I think he gets. That's lecture 5. I'm past lecture 6. The start of it is when he starts getting into a lot of that advanced linear algebra, I believe. Yes. Nope, that's lecture 5 still. What am I doing?
It's a good one.
Ah, yes. The very. So Jesus, these damn pages. Math. The very first thing that you learn about in lecture 6. Tensor products. Everybody loves tensor products.
Because the physicists just didn't have fun enough defining the damn thing. Of course.
Oh, tensor analysis. You gotta love it. Or tensor calculus, as most people probably know it is.
Well, I don't know if Speed's gonna end this soon, so I am gonna have to head out, as much as it pains me not to stay till the end of this likely 3-hour stream.
I mean, it is a Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Yeah,
Saturdays are for the boys.
Yep.
for
the men.
I plan on making this a nice long chat, but this is like past midnight here for me now, and I do have work in the morning.
Oh,
so yeah, I'm gonna have to head out pretty soon too.
But I do want to say thank you for the conversation, Dessel, and you too, Leo. I hope we can continue these philosophical chats, hopefully.
Oh, for sure. They are very important, even if the likes of R and Raw et al. Don't want to have them.
Right. Alright. Night, y'all. Have a good one.
Alright.
That was a really random dig, Leo. I've just got to say.
Dude, ever since his last discussion that he had on well, not the last discussion, but the one discussion that he had on Thought Adventure podcast.
Okay.
With Sharif and Abdul, dude, they ran circles around it. They just did.
Yeah.
They just did.
Okay.
Because he didn't understand philosophy and didn't care to.
Yeah, he doesn't care for that subject, yeah.
Who is that?
Aaron Ra.
I mean, it's nothing new.
Oh, that happened to him again?
No. I was referring to that discussion that Abdul and Sharif ran circles around. I watched a video that they recently posted from late December of last year, where Sharif had like 4 atheists in the room. They just did terribly. I'm sorry. He handled all of them so fucking exquisitely. Right. I was like, damn.
Abdul, the guy that I said that one of the Muslims that I liked that we discussed?
Yes. Okay. Abdul's the one with the hair, the flow.
Did he handle it by pointing to global skepticism or something?
What?
Did he handle the atheists by pointing to global skepticism?
I don't believe so. Their objections weren't very good objections, and he just had good responses to them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Got really quiet in here.
I know. I don't know why.
I didn't see it, so I have no idea what you mean by it.
There's one thing I should mention. Leo, I made it a point to mention to everybody that I made an error on Amy's stream when I was talking about abiogenesis. Did you hear me talk about the statement that I got wrong?
I don't believe so.
So I made a statement during that conversation that
because Immutable asked me about concentrating nucleotides by using a heat gradient, our conversation about thermophoresis. And I said that SOSTAC had concentrated nucleotides up to 5,000-fold, and that's incorrect. That's all screwed up. So just to let you know what the real deal is with that, SOSTAC concentrated lipids up to 800-fold. Lane concentrates nucleotides effectively using the same method. And then the 5,000-fold number is actually from a third fucking paper from Deemer testing thermophoresis. All three papers give support for thermophoresis, but I just mixed them all up in that one statement, just to let you know.
Right on, simple mistakes. We all do it.
Right.
Trust me, I've forgotten a lot of chemistry just by virtue of like not needing like the academia anymore for the time being, and like not having to worry about memorizing things like the citric acid cycle and stuff like that, which is both a blessing, but I mean it also reminds me just like it's beautiful to learn about it, but God is it fucking complicated.
When I was working help desk at an engineering firm, I had a sign on the front of my desk. This is back in the days when people actually come to your desk and talk to you. The sign read, "Everybody makes mistakes." Only half the people noticed the error, though.
Yep.
That's deep.
Yep.
That's pretty deep.
Yeah. I would have thought it would be like, are you talking about people making mistakes? Or are you talking about...
It was two lines that came out of Mad Magazine's centerfold thing, and the first line is "everybody makes," the second line makes mistakes. So of course half the people missed it. It's a little sneaky the way they put it there, but it was a good one to have on the front of a help desk, IT help desk.
It worked.
Yeah, puts people at ease when they realize, oh yeah, this guy's going to be okay to talk to. Yeah.
And then some people just go insane seeing it.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. It looks like we're starting to die down in our conversation here.
Looks like it.
And I should start heading to bed. So you guys have a good one, and I'll catch up with y'all soon.
Right on. Take it easy, buddy.
See ya.
I think I'm getting ready to take off here too. I think I'm gonna shoot Speed a text and let him know that everybody's winding down. I can't speak properly for some reason.
Winding.
Simus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't.
Are you live on your channel?
Yeah.
Don't call him a douche in that text message.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are live on your channel?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have any viewers that, so I don't think it's
Who cares?
a huge issue.
Who cares?
Who cares? What do you mean, who cares?
Who cares if you don't have any viewers?
I thought you did, you asked.
Well, no, I asked if you were live. Because I saw the notification. I was like, wait, what? Because you were in here, and I was like, wait, whoa.
Yeah, no, I'm playing a game, dude. I'm gaming. I stream.
Oh, nice.
I'm a streamer.
Yes,
I know. It's a young thing. You
Just for you,
understand Immutable.
Just for you, Randolph. My text to Speed reads as follows: "People are winding down in the stream. You might want to jump on, douche."
This might be a good opportunity for Speed to observe any semblance of what we would call normal.
Oh man, yeah, you're asking for trouble.
We'll know he's back because I'll be the first motherfucker to be kicked out of the room, and it'll be right in the middle of a sentence, just like the fucking Sopranos. And he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait to the opportune moment. He's probably already sitting at his desk. I know he is. He's just waiting for the opportune moment, and then it's just gonna cut.
It's gonna cut.
This is hilarious.
If he does it, I'm probably not going to come back in because I'm getting ready to leave anyway. I'm just waiting for him to get here.
Right. Just let him get triggered and then we'll leave.
You'll leave him to do the dirty work, huh?
Yep. Hey, it's his channel, man. He's the one that's got to sweep up when we're all done, right?
Yep.
I pick up after myself, though, so I don't... Yeah.
I was invited here, not invited to clean, okay?
Yep.
Would you be here if you were invited to clean?
Nope.
Probably not.
That's funny. I did my first live stream on July 1st for Canada Day.
Ooh, nice.
At that time, I had about 250 subscribers, and I ended up with 88 live stream viewers.
Oh, wow, that's fucking impressive. Jeez.
That's what everybody keeps saying. So I'm thinking what this tells me, and 80% of them, according to Google, were already subscribed to my channel. So
yeah, that's good. A lot of engagement.
Yeah, actually, and I had 3 people come on live and chat, and it worked out really well. They had, and we ended up getting into some deep issue with the residential schools, Catholic Church abuse, all that crap that's been going on. Where they're finding all the graves, it's just terrible atrocity. Anyway, it went well because somebody from Indigenous Affairs from our government was in the audience and joined the live stream and chatted about it and talked about the nuance of the situation. It was really, really good. Very constructive.
That is interesting.
Yeah. So, but what this tells me is if I'm getting that much interest, that I guess I should run more live streams.
Right.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people enjoy like what Garmania was doing a week or so, like a few weeks back, having kind of open rooms where even if like it's not active for a lot of times, like where people can kind of just hop in if they choose to, and and just kind of discuss things. Because sometimes, like if I'm in a conversation, like there's topics I'd like to get into, and like that I can go into fairly high level. Like into a high level conversation if needed, but like for the most part, a lot of people are lost if I say the word nucleotide, because even though I have a mental construct of what that term represents and means, a lot of people don't, because they haven't, like they know that there's 4 of them, but they don't know what they are or their structure or shit like that.
It's an opportunity for people to learn. Like tonight, I learned about Molinism. I never even knew that existed before. Thanks to Danny and Leo.
Right?
Wait, you know what? Wait, what? What did I do?
He knows what Molinism is now.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks to you guys. Yeah. So, this is an educational channel. It's great.
Everybody now knows what the fundamental dogma of quantization is as well.
Yeah.
I hope you remember anyway, because on the next stream, I'm expecting you all to submit your problem sets completed.
I'm still waiting for you to give me a proof of the.
Who could forget?
I'm still waiting, Leo, for you to prove that all of the non-trivial zeros of this zeta function lie on the critical strip.
Yeah, I don't do complex analysis. Sorry.
Yeah, you need to.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, you and a lot of mathematicians are in that competition, because it's one of what's called the Millennium Prize.
Yep. $1 million is what you win, and you win what is essentially the Nobel Prize of Mathematics, the Fields Medal. If I were to solve any one of them, I would want to solve the Yang-Mills and mass gap problem.
Yeah, figures.
I won't, but props to the one who does. I hope it's a female.
If and when it gets solved.
Wow, so this stuff sounds like it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
It was, but surprisingly, there's at least one of them that's been solved, which is the
solved in like 08, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Poincare conjecture, which I can't remember what it states, even though I've watched a video on it several times.
I think these kind of challenges being put out like this to the public are important. So these things are helpful. These different mathematical models, I assume, so that these problems that they're working on solving. I guess there's, and it's not. Is it that they're only very specialized, or do they actually kind of help with solving other things as well?
Yeah, no, they help with solving other things. Helping to solve the Yang-Mills and mass gap problem would help us toward a theory of quantum gravity. And vice versa. If we develop a theory of quantum gravity first, it might help us solve the Yang-Mills and mass gap problem.
Oh,
by the way, I did want to say that the first person who won a Millennium Prize, he was, I think, like Russian or Belgian or something like that. He accepted the Fields Medal and turned down the $1 million prize.
Huh. So they donated it, I guess.
That would be my assumption.
I don't think he did he?
Yes, he turned down the $1 million
turned down the
prize.
$1
I'm not
million
saying that.
prize.
I don't think he gave it to anybody.
Well, no, he didn't. He
just
turned it
turned it
down. I
down.
don't know if the Mathematical Institute, the Clay Mathematical Institute,
his
I think
name?
is what
I
it
think
is.
so.
They probably
donated it,
Begins
or
with
just
G,
kept it.
Gregor.
If they handle it properly, they'll say, okay, you've got 1 year to change your mind. If you still don't take it, then we will have to decide where to donate it or something. Yeah. I would expect they'd probably handle it.
Good night, kiddos. I'm going to bed.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, Danny.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, little Daniel.
Still waiting for Speed to kick you off the stream. Now he's playing with you.
Well, he's probably playing the game of making Z's right now, honestly.
Yeah. Good for him. How long has he left this stream running before?
I have no idea.
I guess it's probably a really long time. Everyone just leaves and it's all there running blank.
Right. I feel like I'm in one of Praise's streams now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because those streams last a long time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They last like 8 hours or so, and it's just like...
It's ridiculous. It's redonkulous. Alrighty, guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go solve the Yang. I'm gonna go solve the Yang Mills mass gap problem. And get
we
my
need it by
$1 million.
like... yeah, we need it by next Saturday. So
I'll have it by like 4 in the morning. No, I won't. I'm not solving that
for the
problem.
link, by the way. That was helpful.
Yep, no problem. Everybody, take it easy.
See ya.
Much love. Be well. I'm Outie 5000.
All right.
Bye
bye. And then there were 3.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Rainbow Cabal.
Rainbow Cabal?
I think they call this the Cabal at Mecca. The big box of chocolate.
I see. Yeah, right. I'm with you. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen.
I've had a few comments about this one. I didn't make it, but it was in my collection. I've been showing it off lately. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, dangerous. Living on the edge, man.
I'm not in the Middle East, so I think I'll be okay.
Well,
yeah.
Or Europe.
Remember though, Islam is a religion of peace.
Yeah, I know. My house isn't as tall as a building that can easily get hit by airplanes. I think I'll be fine.
Oh my God. Mark Reed, you can thank me for educating you.
What do you educate you on now?
He educated Mark Reed. Danny did. Natty boy.
Well, actually,
there we go.
I was introduced to a concept to me that's new, is Molinism tonight. Danny and Leophilius were talking about it, and it was quite interesting.
What the hell is it?
Technically,
I always learn for the most part useless factoids from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell is Molinism?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, good. I won't. Here we go. Should we shoot her in the head?
Shoot in the head.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Okay.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Yeah. Goodbye, cruel world. Oh, where the hell are we here? Okay. What the hell? We out.
That is an epic ending.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. Anyway, just watched a really good movie.
Yeah.
No sudden move. Don Cheadle, Ray Liotta, who the fuck, and Benicio del Toro. It's a 2021. It was about the catalytic converter.
Okay.
Basically, the auto industry they colluded to withhold the idea for the catalytic converter for 15 years.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was a movie about that. It was pretty good. Pretty interesting.
Special metal like platinum. It's made with some special metal like platinum or something.
Platinum, yeah. Well, if you get a new catalytic converter, you can sell the old one for like $500 now. And a lot of people just give them to the mechanic, and he goes and sells them for $500.
Yeah, sure.
Because of the platinum, but anyway, these guys had it all. They didn't know what the hell it was, and they kept calling it a Cadillac convertible. They didn't know what the hell it was, but a bunch of gangsters were involved. I don't know if that's a true story, but it was based on that. You know, that whole fiasco is pretty cool. So, pretty decent movie.
Oh, the gas industry is really ripping people off lately.
Yeah.
Highway robbery, literally along the side of the highway in some cases.
Yeah. Pretty bad.
Although that's big business in general, I think.
Well, about a year ago, the gas price here for regular fuel was 88 cents per liter, roughly around there. And right now it's 166 cents per liter.
Holy shit.
That's more than double.
I don't know, we're paying over $3 a gallon.
And we've got more electric cars on the road. Yet they say that it's more demand. I'm thinking, really? With more electric cars? Like, who's buying all this gas?
Yeah.
Like, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, and
don't add up.
The last year taught us a couple of things. For one thing, we don't all need to drive to work. There was a lot of remote work done. There's a few companies that realize that they're better off, like Thomson Reuters, the place I used to work. I guess they had like 6,000, 7,000 people in that office, and they're going to keep it empty. Because it turns out everybody can work remote, and they were just as productive. So, no traffic, and like Minneapolis was there was no rush hour. Now it's all back. Everybody's getting back on the road. It is. My friend has a Tesla. My son's friend. He plugged it into my garage. I'm not sure what I should charge him. How much juice those things? Have you ever been inside one? They're fucking weird.
Friends have Teslas. They're nice vehicles.
Yeah, they just got a screen. His just has a screen, no dashboard, just a screen.
Yeah, I find that I don't like the positioning of it because
I don't like where it is. Yeah, at all.
It's in the middle of the vehicle. It should be behind the steering wheel there.
Behind the steering wheel, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it the case that they used to blow up very easily?
What's that?
Wasn't it the case like that they blew up really easily because apparently like the battery was really sensitive to?
I don't think so.
Like heat?
That was another car.
But what was that Ford car that when you rear-ended it blew up? Ford Fairlane? Was that a Fairlane?
Was that a propane one? Had propane tank in the back or something?
No, it just had a gas tank in the back that was just the way they designed it. It ruptured instantly and created sparks.
Yeah,
and every time you rear-ended one, they fucking blew up.
Yeah, you have to convert that to propane.
That ain't good.
I think it was a Japanese car.
No, it was a Ford.
No, the one that Emilio was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Might be.
Yeah,
I think it was a Pinto, Ford Pinto.
The battery that was
the one that blew up. My mom owned one, and she owned some other Ford that was the one that the whole fucking frame rusted out and it fell off eventually. Within about 5 years, the whole thing would rust out and fall off. Fucking crazy. I don't know. Anyway. Yep.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get going.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch some Netflix.
Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
See you later.
Have a good one.
Okay.
All right,
See ya.
Good night.
Hey, Gio. Yes, Pinto. Okay, sorry, I didn't see your message and they've all gone now. So that's that. Beg your pardon. Oh, yeah, that was the right one. Okay, there we go. Oh, let me just cancel that. What time are we on? 6 o'clock. Oh my god, why don't people say... Okay. Right, you never mentioned the server. Oh yeah, this is the one I'm on. It's called Salvation EU. Or just, if you type in Salvation, you'll see it. It's an EU server. There's not really many people on it at the moment, so that's cool. And they've got pretty cool mods and stuff. You might enjoy it. I don't know if that's the one or it was the last one I was talking about, but there's no raiding. There's no base raiding on this server, so you can build a base, like stick loads of stuff in it, and no one's going to come and fuck it up for you. So that's quite nice. And of course, if you want, I can come and help you have a start or get a start. It's the name of this one. It's the one I'm playing on now. So, and if you want, I can meet you in Discord if you are interested. Yep, Salvation. You got it. It's like in brackets. It's got an EU in brackets because it's an EU server. That's what that tends to mean. But so I don't know what your ping will be like, but yeah. Almost got enough for a helicopter, which is pretty much what I'm going for. In fact, I probably have got enough for a helicopter if I get 10 of those. I'm going to be on for a few hours more, Geo, just to let you know. Oh, no worries, mate. No worries. Hope that went well. I kind of miss playing it in some ways, some respects, but I just don't have the time for it, really. By the time I'm doing all of this. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Geo. You won't die on this server so much. That much I can guarantee you, because it's a lot easier. As I said, well, it's not easier, it's just there's not many players, so there's very little PvP. And the zombies aren't terrible. So actually I think it's a really good server in that respect. Plus no base raiding, so not like it's going to get popular from all of the trolls. All of the people that just want to play to kill people, you know. So that's why I'm kind of suggesting it. Good learning server, I would say, you know. Well, what I could do actually is go to... Oh, where is it going to be? If we go to the other base... Where is it there? Where's me there? Mark 3. Oh yeah. 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 Some good, some bad. I get some amazing things to American servers sometimes, but then I worked out it's because they've got like the latest fucking PC for the server, and you know they've optimized it. So. But there's some nice stuff on this server. That's the other thing. Some, you know, well, yeah, decent guns. So that's cool. They've got helicopters, so that's good. Well, I don't see many people in helicopters, but I do intend to go and buy one. Hence, I'm going to go and pick up my MRAP, which is over here. Oh, they got MRAPs, which you'll see. And here we are. Here is oh, that's weird. Alright, well, whatever, one of those then, I guess. Take one of those. Well, where's everything else gone? It's fucking bizarre. Okay, well, there we go. It's gone. So what? Oh. Put a load in here as well. Nope, never mind. Never mind. What the guns in here? Oh yeah, the PKM. Let's take that for sure. That's definitely one of mine. And we'll just leave all of that because he can have all of that. Oh, and the that. Can't take that. Oh, you fucking bastard. Guess that's a game crash. That's the problem with this server, it's just not optimized. Do, do, do. Oh wow, and a new processor. Ryzen 7, very nice. Oh, that's fucking gorgeous, man. That is a gorgeous fucking that sounding PC. Should be able to run just about anything you want with that. Fucking hell. T8 2080 Ti. How much did the 2080 cost? I could do with one of those. far enough away, wasn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, it's in my hands, good. Just make sure. Fuck me, how much money's in there? I didn't even realise I can afford the goddamn thing today. I can afford the goddamn helicopter today, man. I think that's what we're gonna do. How do we get back to the base from here? There we are. And my base is there. So they go through there, go around there, go up to that road. Go up to that road, I guess. Go down there. Wow, 900 US, that's a good price. Whoa. Nasty little rock in the middle of the road there. Okie dokie. All this shit. Right. Let's just go and drop some stuff off. What am I dropping off? I'm dropping off stuff like bags. The fuck is he being? Righto. Oh yeah, I want to drop those off. When you get into there, get that. Those, get rid of that. Fuck me. Okay, that's good. Oh, let's go over here, pick up the money, which is somewhere in here. Maybe it's not. There it is. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We don't need any of that. That's all that. Right. Let's put these away. Three, 3, 8. Okay, fair enough. That's fine, that's fine. 308. 308. Just a shed ton of 308s, and that goes for my cavalry rifle. Along with that, that can be sold. Good. Excellent. Boo, boo, boo. No vehicles found. You are fucking kidding me. There we go. Right, let's go by, I hope. Is there anything else I need to take? Got all that money, 100, 200, 300, 400, 800, so should have enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little disappointed about the sprint result. Normally Hamilton has had lightning reactions all season and is, if anything, had slightly better starts than Verstappen. Hamilton was on the grippy side of the track and he just got a bad start. So, very disappointing, to be fair. But that's what happens. And, you know, they can fine-tune slightly the wing settings, I believe, for tomorrow. Or later today, whichever it is. And as a result, I think Lewis can put a little bit of rear wing on, which will help him get past. So, yeah. I mean, obviously we'll talk about this on Monday, but as a slight preview to what I'm going to say on Monday, I guess, I think the sprint race is actually pretty good because it allows it's good for the person behind, whoever that is, because it allows them to fine-tune their car. I don't mean in the God sense. I mean it means to fine-tune the setup of their car to allow them to at least have to deal with the problems. And that doesn't mean that well, yeah, it does actually. So it's good from that point of view, I think. And we'll actually get a better race, a full race tomorrow. Stroke later today. Than we would as if we'd just gone to qualifying. And then Lewis had, had a bad start in the real race, because although he's second, he's got a chance now to change his car slightly to deal with Verstappen's higher downforce settings, which they've switched. Red Bull have been Verstappen and Red Bull have been extremely clever in the last 4 races really. 5 races really, in the way that they've changed their car setup to be good against the Mercedes specifically, even if it's not the fastest for their particular car. And Mercedes have, as I said last week in the podcast 2 weeks ago, Mercedes have been setting their car up to get the fastest car for them instead of trying to set the car up for to fight against Red Bull. So I'm pleased. I don't think Mercedes are going to do anything, and I think the result will be Verstappen winning the race again tomorrow. Oh well, maybe not. I mean, maybe not. I'm hoping Lewis will recognise that was yes, exactly. Creationist racing joke, indeed. No, I'm hoping Lewis will recognise that he needs to be faster in the middle sector and that's where hopefully he'll realise he needs to put a bit more downforce on, and I'm guessing that Red Bull, having been so smart about their setups, will recognise that Lewis is going to put a bit more downforce on, and consequently put a little bit more downforce on their car as well. So that would be my guess. But we won't know till tomorrow, and then we see the speeds just down the straights in clear air, you know. So we'll just have to see how that goes, basically. Oh, need a drink. I'm quite excited for the race, though. A little disappointed, you know, because it does seem like Max or Verstappen Red Bull is a faster car, mainly because of its more efficient downforce. So I would have liked to have seen Lewis win this race today. To get pole position, but I think it's going to be great. I mean, it's a great circuit, so whatever happens, you usually get drama. And you know, the tactics at Silverstone are quite difficult to get right because the track is so unique. It's you know, it's a high wear circuit, tyre wear circuit, high engine wear circuit as well, but high tyre wear circuit mainly. So getting the number of stops right is absolutely crucial for your car. Absolutely crucial. And that can either make or break your race, whether you're having to overtake and stuff. And if you are, then you need to have a low enough downforce to get past them on the straights, which aren't particularly long. Or not, you know, they're relatively long, but they're not because of the fast corners that go onto the straights. There are no slow corners onto a long straight, which is of course what you need to really have the edge over another car in downforce. If you enter the straight at quite a high speed, then the difference in downforce between cars is kind of negated, really. So, one of the reasons why, well, yeah, I won't go down there, but Monza is quite good for low downforce settings, or used to be, I should say, before they removed the curbs. But yeah, British Grand Prix. It's Silverstone. It's very historic. Can't remember. The first one was 1950, and I think it's going to be. I really think it's going to be a great race. Don't know why. Maybe that's just the naive optimism in me. It's got to happen sooner or later. So if I keep saying they're going to be a good race, then eventually it will be. But heart of hearts is that Verstappen will just pull away and lead to the end, and there'll be very little that Mercedes can do about it. But you never know. Yeah. If you've never watched a race at Silverstone, Formula 1 race, then you're in for a real treat. So. It's a very fast circuit, average speed, like 160 or something, I think. Anyway, we shall see. I don't even know what time it is. I haven't even looked. Let me check. I haven't set my alarm yet, so let's have a little look. Race is 3 o'clock GMT. So I don't know fucking why they keep doing this, I don't know, but 3 o'clock it is. So I'll be sitting in front of it at, well, I'll be getting my dinner together at 2:30. Ready to sit in front of it at 3 o'clock. There we go. But anyway, I mean, whatever happens, you know, I mean, I'm a Lewis Hamilton fan, you know, I can't complain about his success, so, you know, not that that wasn't predicted in 2013, but the amount of success was not predicted. I just knew he was going to be in the best team. But anyway, he's managed to convert the most, do the most in that situation, really. So, and the Red Bull car just looks amazing. You know, clearly it has very efficient downforce. So, oh, 4 AM, dude. Fuck. Yeah. Really? 3 PM? No, it can't be 4 AM for you, mate. 3 o'clock in the afternoon here is probably 6 hours difference, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. So yeah, 9 AM in the morning, that's not so bad. Which is good. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Mercedes, really. I think they've taken too many races to try and change the philosophy of their car. Although it's very difficult to do that once you've set the chassis, and yeah, doable, very doable, I reckon. Once you set the chassis up to do one particular thing, like the rake, it's very difficult to change it. And yeah, I'm a little disappointed as well about having the cost cap. In hindsight, it's you know, at the time I thought, oh yeah, that would be really good. You know, stop the main teams getting away. It won't stop the main teams getting away. That's just naive thinking. Fabio actually said that, to be fair. But I had some hopes that it would. But now in hindsight, I can see it won't make the slightest bit of difference. It'll just mean that once a car gets an advantage, it manages to keep the advantage for longer. So that's basically, and because you know, one of the rules about the cost capping is that I think it's the top 3 earners, staff earners, are not included in the cost cap. Hence, it's usually the driver that's going to be included and the chief designer. Those two are probably going to be people that are not included in the cost cap. And that's the case. Right? So Mercedes have got more people with higher wages, so they're restricted further by their cost cap than Red Bull are, who tend to you know, have very, very good staff. You know, very few very good staff, highly paid in their team. You know, so kind of weird. Never mind. Although, interestingly enough, they've lost one of their key members, Red Bull. So for next year, they won't have the same abilities that they have this year to develop aero the way they have. Yeah, they've reduced the cost cap. I think it's to, don't quote me, 145 million per season or something. And that doesn't include like assets investment, so simulators, air tunnels, and all of that kind of spending. But it does include the cost of the cars, right? Because they have to make 3 cars out of this money, which is quite difficult. The cost of the staff, bar 3 of the top members, and then when they say the staff, it's the racing staff, not the backroom staff either. So, 145 million, which for a team like Red Bull is only a drop of maybe 100 million, but for a team like Mercedes, it's probably a 200 million drop. So, yeah, these cars are fucking expensive. I mean, you know, yeah, they're fucking expensive. I can't remember how much, but they reckon like an average damage for a weekend on a car is in excess of 100,000, and that's if you don't crash. If you do crash, then you're looking upwards of 1 million, 2 million. If you crash a car, you know. So, like the wings and stuff, front wing, then they get chipped and stuff. That's like 150,000 to replace. So, the costs are fucking phenomenal. You know, titanium drive shafts and all of that stuff. Very exotic materials. So, yeah, chicken feed for Mercedes, 145 million. I don't know how they're going to manage. Well, that's the problem this season. So Mercedes have put most of their money, most of that this year's money, 145 million. Most of that money has gone into what the fuck? I think they got some new cars. Okay. A new Range Rover and a Volkswagen. Let's just have a look. Golf GTI, okay. It's only for 300,000. There's the Range Rover, 400. Porsche. The Nissan. Rally parts. So that Nissan they're saying is a rally car. That's not a rally car. Okay. Well, I'm here for a heli anyway, so. He's taking the helis out, is he? He's taking the helis out. Fuck me. Why do they dick about and everything? Yeah. Fuck it. I'm just too late to get the fucking heli. That's really annoying. Okay. Boo ba doo boo. What was that? Oh no, nothing. There we go. Couple of those. 3 of those. Keep that. Keep that. Keep that. Just get rid of that. Get rid of that. Night vision goggles. Probably in tools, maybe not tools. couple of those. Not in tools. Right, so no fucking helis. So what do I buy? What do you think, Gio? What car should I buy? Are they all the same price or what? Let's put those up to 600,000. Jeez. Reduce those to 200, so that's cool. That's still 150. Those are still 80. 300,000. 400,000. 400,000. 500,000. The fucking hell is that? Growler. Oh, 40,000 for a BM. I mean, the fuck is these prices, man? I take it that you meant truck. Which one's the truck? What truck? I'm liking that though. Porsche's nice, but I've heard it's shit. Liking the Nissan. That GT, I mean, that's probably got some decent space in it. Though still only a two-door. Humvee? No, fuck a Humvee, mate. I've already got the fucking, this one, the MRAP, which is fucking massive. So, BMW maybe. That's cheap though, it's all cheap, I can just do that anytime. I mean, I think I'm going to go for the Nissan. That one, the Range Rover. It's just your choice of cars, mate. That's the Land Rover there, the Defender. That's a Range Rover. Don't know. I'm just kind of liking that one though. You know what I mean? Range Rover, yeah. I don't know whether I want another big car though, that's the point here. I mean, this is my flash, you know, turn up and impress everybody car. Don't know, how much does the Porsche cost? 300. 400. Porsche is also 400. Let's get yellow Porsche, white, red, green, blue, red, Yellow Porsche sounds pretty fucking sweet. Impress the zombies. Don't know, maybe I should leave it for now. Have a little think about it. It's not a great selection, I'll be honest. He could have put in a better car mod. I don't really want any of them, if I'm honest. Yeah, exactly. Impress the zombies as I run him over. Yeah, maybe I should wait for GeForce. And although I wanted a helicopter. That's what I fucking ran all the way down here for. How annoying is that? Nothing. I don't know. Just don't know. See, I'm thinking maybe that the helicopters are just at a different market now. So I don't know. I do not know. See, I mean, it's a Porsche, so, I mean, that's got to be good, right? Yes, my Kingdom for a heli. Oh, I can't fucking believe I didn't buy one. I had the chance. I mean, I guess it's got to be a Porsche. I mean, if I'm thinking about the pure kind of like, oh yeah, that's a nice car type thing. Yeah. Let's just take another look at the Porsche a sec. I'm hoping it's not the same Porsche that somebody else went, no, that's really shit. What colour though? Green, blue, red, white, black, yellow, white, black, white Porsche, I guess. Let's buy that. Porsche it is. That's not the key. That's not the key. That's the key. Just go and put me money away. There we go. You see, I've still got enough to get a heli pretty quick anyway, if they are in a different place. Yeah. See what it sounds like. Yeah. First thing you got to do with them when you get a Porsche, test it off-road. think I've crashed. Hey Wild, nice to see you. Ping is too high. Fuck off. Excuse my French. Alright, shouldn't really have bought this one, I feel. If I'm honest with myself now. I think I should have gone with your first suggestion. Geo. Of the Range Rover. I think that would have been a better car to go with. Still, this is for impressing the zombies. Sounds good though, I'll give it that. Thanks, that's good. Who knows? Crashed again. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to be on this server. By the way, yeah. Vape magnet. Yeah, there is that. There is that. Unfortunately, this is DayZ, and the only babes are dead. But, hey, there you go. Rather nice car, I have to say, and that is why I bought it. I didn't actually buy it thinking it would be any good. Okay. Okay, let me just okay. That's not a good place to have a lag, obviously. Tell you what, you wouldn't want to fucking get the Batmobile up there either, would you? There we are. How much room has this got in it anyway? 1,000. Of course it does. Fucking Daisy. 1,000. Oh my god. Park in. There we are. Got ourselves a Porsche. Not what I wanted, but hey, there you go. Right, let me do this as well. Stick all 3 keys somewhere. And there we go. tidy up a little bit. Very nice. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. And we also need to do that as well, so. Well, excuse me. Thank you very much for the likes, everybody. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, that's really cool. There we go. Okay. Those in there, those in there. Okay. Oh, he's put the venture in the wrong way. Is that what's going on? Okay. Okay. No, not enough stuff in there. How come all of that's gone? Oh well, whatever. Hello, okay. Okay. So you need more planks, do you? Is that what's going on here? don't understand it. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, they had Jamie had or Cypher had them in his game. That's why I mentioned it, because like other people have had them in the game. There is a mod for Batmobiles, 3 different types apparently. Right, that should be enough to make what I need. Just leave that there. Okay. I can do that later when I get an axe. Oh, there's the axe. I thought I saw it. Now, okay, there we go. So we want a floor kit, door, floor hatch, floor kit. We go up here. Marvelous. Let's take the axe, and then we'll take that. We don't have enough stuff anyway, so. Not even sure that's enough to build it, to be frank. I'm not Frank, by the way. Nope. Oh. Not enough. Got enough nails, that's for sure. So it must be. Planks. So I'm going to need another 5 planks. So I should be able to get them from here. Three. And now I need one more. Maybe I can get it from this tree. Three. There we are. Okay. The fuck? Enabled base building. Let's just check that. I'm sure I have disabled construction, so it is. Floor 20. You don't need to. I'm sure you don't need to. And I'm pretty sure that's enough nails. So what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, there it is. Build wooden floor. There we go. And that's a roof hatch as well, so that's going to have to come down because we need a floor hatch. Right. Okay, I think what we're going to do is just go get a load of logs. Just start getting the resources together. Okay. Hmm. Lag? Can I hear him? Go, and we're just gonna need the old floor hatch. Good. Okay. Floor hatch. In fact, let's just grab another thing, and we'll go and get a load of planks as well. Jolly good. Oh, it's my PC. It needs a reboot. Okay. Jeez. Do do do. Okay, that's good. So more chopping. That's what we want to do. Let's get the old chopper out. Do, do. There we go, and now we grab the bag. We should be able to pick these up. Okie doke. Oh shit! Don't break my leg. Thank goodness. Oh, you can't. Can't on this server. We're okay. The fuck is it taking so long to do that? Don't get why that's happening. Never mind. We are not going to panic about it. Okay, good. So why is that like that? Same as a floor. You get up here and it says roof hatch. Oh well, never mind. Very slow door. It's weird, isn't it? Walk away from it and it goes slow again. Never mind. Chopping the trees down. go. Let's start getting planks. I think if we just go for planks right now, then that'll save us some money later. Oh, cool. He's around at least. He's probably crashed out by now, I would have thought. If he's not still there. He tends to live on American time, spooky, so. I don't tend not to stream over weekends so much. This is kind of rare. In some ways. There were definitely 3. There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okie dokie. Get in there. I'm gonna have to take a trip down the trader again just to get some nails. But cross fingers, I should be able to build it all. Or at least replace all of the floors. Probably gonna have to do that again anyway, because right, we got one more. There we go. So I need sharpening stones and nails, really, I think is the only thing. Sharpening stones and nails, yeah. There it is again. Just getting weird. Okay, now if I just... Easy way to do this is just to put this in here. like that. And then I can just put this on my back. And I'm good to go. Put these tools away. There we go. And no problem. My apologies. I wanted away to do a couple of chores and make breakfast. How lovely. What did you have for breakfast, if I may ask? I'm thinking about going to get some soon myself. And I may as well, just in case, we'll go and get nails now. And we may as well just take the Porsche. Bing. Oh, hang on a minute. I didn't get a key for it. So I mean, it's a lovely day. Why wouldn't you take porridge and blueberries? How Scottish of you, my darling. Oh dear, that's very good. Sounds delicious, I must say. I haven't had porridge for a long time. Okay, I'll mute this time so you don't have to hear it. My favourite Sunday breakfast? Well, I've got to say, yeah, I mean, I'm a traditional kind of English breakfast guy. So, you know, the full thing, sausage, bacon, beans. I like me, yeah, I like me meat, gotta say. I used to have a thing where I'd always go out to a restaurant on a Sunday. You know. Porridge with a touch of whiskey. Hey! It's my kind of girl. Oh, it's the leg again. Let's get out of town and then we'll floor it a little bit. Yeah. I like easy things on a Sunday. That was my kind of thing. Don't do any excess than you have to do on a Sunday, because if you don't take the day to rest, then you've got no excuses the rest of the week doing work, you know. Oh, I was looking for Sam's Geo's response there. Strawberry shortcake. Oh, hello. I mean, I fancy full English right now, I can tell you. You got me thinking about it. I'm like, oh yeah. It's been that long since I've been out for a meal. Yeah. 2 miles off the road again. It's difficult to get out, unfortunately. Yeah, there's a really nice breakfast place down the road, but just getting there is not the easiest thing in the world at the moment for me. Because I live on a hill, and to walk back up the hill again is just too much for my condition. So I can't actually get out. What I have to do is get Jamie or Cypher to come and get my... Well, if it's not a takeaway, I suppose I could do a takeaway. Don't know if those places do takeaway though. You know, I really don't know how London's operating. Yeah. In my condition, if I get COVID, it's a death sentence. I don't, you know, I've been isolating now for, I don't know how long, 18 months maybe now. So. Cool. Yeah, it's, I'm hoping to get my operation, like, I don't know, maybe can't be more than about 6 months away now, I wouldn't have thought. So maybe within the next 6 months I'll have the operation. Take me 2 months to recover. Then another 6 months of tests and retests and making sure that everything's going smoothly. And I'll be able to get out again. Or at least travel a little bit. Yeah, before the operation, there's no point in doing anything before the operation, as far as I'm concerned, because Got a parking sign there, which I've never noticed before. Yeah, there's just no point in risking it, obviously. I mean, the operation's dodgy enough as it is, and if I turn and do something silly, and they take me off the waiting list, then yeah, that's also a nightmare. So, just as hat, that'd be nice. Just take that off as well. Oh, might as well take that off as well. Hey! Nails. Money. Let's take 50,000 out. And then we go tools. We buy wood first. Somewhere here, planks. Okay, there we go. That should be full. Yes, that's full. And then nails. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, say. 15 nails. Anything else? Bit of duct tape. Do I want anything else? And my shoes. Shoes are worn. Treat myself to a new pair of shoes while I'm out shopping, eh? Shoes, salt boots. Buy one of those. Get rid of those. Put that on. Yeah, good. Oh, hammers, hatchets. Not really. Just look at the sale price before we go, because if it's, I don't know, 200,000, I guess I could afford to sell. It's going to be 100,000, isn't it? Yeah, 100,000. It gives me 600,000. Pointy shoes. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't really do Second Life. I've never done Second Life, so I don't really know. It's not kind of my thing, to be honest. But if you want to have a chat in Discord sometime, or in a off-air hang with everybody, or just a hang, an on-air hang. Yeah, it might be different, actually. I mean, I wouldn't be... yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it, because... Look at that. That's really funny, hat. I don't even know what going to a club is like. Oh, okay. It's free to download. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, let's give it a go then. Why not? Since it's you. Have to be after Monday, so he's midweek maybe. Excellent cheer. More the merrier. It's always the way I think about these things. Oh. Dented the Porsche again. Oh, fantastic. Can I be a lady? Oh. Damn, I made myself crash. I'm a lady. Because I do lady things. Whoa. Oh. Oh, thanks, mate. Okay. Let's see what we're in. You have a human avatar, dragon avatar, cat, squirrel. Oh, okay. You can make and sell things. That sounds interesting. You can also make avatars. Okay, cool. Well, you know, basically we can maybe go into Discord or something, and you can help me create an avatar later when I get there, or when we get there. You're kidding. I didn't buy that many boxes of nails, did I? Jeez. Thought I bought more than that. Never mind. That's what it is what it is. Okay. So let's just start topping up with what we need. Gonna need a hammer. Ah, I know what I didn't buy. Oh, sharpening stones. Oh, that's not fucking good news. God damn it. Damn. Yeah, be good fun. Cool. Definitely be good laugh. I messed up though. Damn it. I was excited there. I got excited. Oh well, we'll get as far as we can, I suppose. Okay. The hell's wrong? What the f is wrong? I don't understand. Okay, maybe it's this. Not that. Right, this is beginning to get to me a little bit. I have to say. Who knows? Oh, let's just do it this way. Right, so we need a lot less than I thought. It's like, what the hell? Just where a particular place it is, I guess. Yeah, that would be cool as well. I'd be happy to do that, or you could do it on your channel if you want. That would give you some content then. You know. Let me just dump a bit of this stuff actually. Oh, no, don't need that. Put that back. floor. No, it's a floor. Great. Floor. Okay, that'll do. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. It's not gonna let me do this. It's not going to let me do this. Yay. Thank goodness. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds cool. Sounds cool. Okay, that's good. So I've done two. Gonna do this one next. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Floor kit. Here we go. What? You're in game? Wow, okay, hang on. Let me add you. Oh, right. You're in Second Life. I got you again. I got you, Sam. Okay, that's good. Take that out. Take that out. Definitely take those out. Two more to go. And then we got another usable level. Let's also just drop that. And that. What the fuck? There we go. If you guys want to use the Discord, I think you're both in my Discord, you can use that. No problem. That makes life a bit easier. Oh. Okay. It's kind of weird. Don't think it's going to make too much difference. Okay. How you take this stuff apart then? It's weird. Okay, let's not worry about that then. So I think the thing to do now I guess is build out there, I guess. Or just build like another layer of walls. Alright, cool. Okay. I'm kind of waiting for GeForce to come in. But I'll give it a little while longer, and then as soon as I've finished what I'm doing here, I'll come and log on, okay? Right, let's just start putting stuff away. Not the nails, though. Okay. Looks like we got a few trolls coming on. Do you know, we may as well put that on the fucking roof. Don't have it on. There we go. Okay, that's good. Oh, cool. Excellent. Well done, Geo. Tell you what, let's do that then, since we're not gonna. Okay, that's good. Okay, where are we up to here? Let's just take that and put that with that. Right, so I guess what I need to decide is, do I do that or that? '60s flare jeans wearing 60s pattern shirt. Paisley, I take it you mean Paisley. Tell you what, let's just build a couple of foundations. And then we'll just try putting these on. Can we snap these as well? So wall B snap. We don't actually need a floor on that either. We will. I just don't think we need one on that for sure. I've still got those on me, right? Yeah, I have. Got that on me. So let's pick up a few of these. floor. And another floor. Sweet. Good. Right. That's very good. Now we need some do. There's 2 lots, and I didn't get the nails back from out there. I can hear a bear. Cool. looking for? Can't remember. Wood, probably. Oh yeah, I know. Let's go up here and get these. He's saying that I can't build anything unless I do the foundation. I won't build. Just got it. Great. Walls. Okay, now we can actually take that one down. Let's leave it all. In fact, what are we doing? Oh! You fucking kidding me? Okay. Fine, what are we aiming for? Oh yeah, more kits, more planks. Critique till this looking second line. Oh, always made me dismantle my wall there. Probably not enough nails there, so let's just add a few more. Build vertical. There we are. Tell him he's a king golfer. Okay. Is that one? Okay. Anything in there? Just 10 of those. Right, let's put that over here. Put that in the chest. Workbench even. Okay, so I need 2 more walls. Two more walls, that's good. And I need more logs. Logs, and I need 30 planks. Any planks in there? No. Oh, hang on. Don't need all of that, do I? Let's just do this instead. Do you know what? Okay, that's good. So, let's build. Floors. I've not got enough material there. 3 now, okay. Gonna need 3 floor. 3 floors. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Wonder if it'll let me put these down at all. I don't even know whether it will. No. Oh yes. Okay, so floors to build 2 floors really. Right, I'm running out of energy, so I'm gonna go and get breakfast. Okay guys, I'm gonna end the stream for a little while. Please feel free to use my Discord if you want to chat. You can just chat in. Let me just have a check. Make sure I've still got it. Daisy cutters. Yeah, just you can chat in Simos chat. Or you can go in there. Oh no, you can go in there, but yeah. I certainly will. Now you've whetted my appetite, so to speak, for it. So I'm actually going to go for something a little tasty. But yeah, you can use the Discord chat to talk to each other if you need to. No problem. And I will see you guys a little later. It's obviously it's a Grand Prix day today, so I may not come on to Second Life today. But I will let you know on Discord and give you a shout, obviously, when I can. So yeah, let me log off. Oh, it's another hot day down here today as well. Oh my word. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. See how it's going. Right, let me get a bit of breakfast together, and then I'll see what's going on. As I say, it's Grand Prix day today, so that's not till 3 o'clock though. So I might decide I want a bit of a kip, but I'll let you know in Discord anyway. Thank you very much. It's my favouriteest thing. I feel like I need to be in a creative mood for that, you know. So we'll wait a little while. Oh, I can have some breathy stuff today. It's a new day. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you all later. Thanks, Gia. Thanks, Wild. Take care. Thank you for